Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, November the 22nd, 2022. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Present.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Vice President Decker, Commissioner Kalanche, Mr. Bonner, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Tiefenk, welcome back. Mr. Inspector General, thank you for this opportunity. As I begin each week, I'll do the COVID-19 update. This past week, we had 34 additional cases of COVID-19. That's a decrease of 37% from the previous week, which was 54 new cases. We have seen of the 34 new cases, 28 were individuals that were fully vaccinated. That's just over 82%. We currently have 103 of our personnel at home recovering from this. Their average absence from work continues to be about 10 days to fully recover from this. That's an increase of 32 officers and is a reflection of the last 2 weeks of new cases. We do have 15 long haul cases. There's been no change in that. I'm happy to report there are no hospitalizations related to the COVID-19 virus. Moving next, regarding significant events, we had a series of community events this last week that I wanted to just draw a particular attention to. On Tuesday, I want to thank Council President Paul Krikorian, who hosted with Operations Valley Bureau an Armenian Community Forum at the Mirage Banquet Hall in the North Hollywood area of the San Fernando Valley. We had over 200 attendees there, a series of questions and answers. Also an opportunity to have a number of officers from the department that are Armenian descent to attend and mix with the various community members throughout, not just the Valley Bureau, but also other parts of the city. We talked about crime prevention efforts, as well as combating gun violence, as well as our recruitment efforts, both in the sworn and civilian positions, and our commitment to furthering our diversity across all the ranks. Following night, I attended the Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association, their monthly meeting. Similar to the evening before, our efforts with questions and answers and comments from the audience. This was a Zoom meeting in place of an in-person meeting, centered around our efforts to combat gun violence. Particularly also of interest was our efforts in dealing with individuals in sensitive locations who are experiencing homelessness. And we were able to talk about recent changes with the ordinance, as well as with added city services and coordination of outreach that is helping improve the quality of life of our residents, as well as conducting outreach and placement services with those that are in need of shelter and housing. Finally, on Friday, I attended a MAD Mothers Against Drunk Driving kickoff of their Taiwan On campaign to safety and education campaign, as well as a candlelight vigil for the lives senselessly lost to drunk driving. I want to thank our motor officers and other officers that were present to support the families of those that have been lost to drunk driving. As a point of reference, in 2020, 3,847 Californians died in alcohol impaired crashes. That's double the rate of homicides in this state. Thursday night through New Year's Eve nationwide, we'll lose, it's projected, well, last year, I'll say, Thursday Eve through Thanksgiving Eve till New Year's Eve, I'm sorry. Nationwide, we lost 1,133 lives last year to drunk driving. So this campaign is one of both awareness as well as identifying alternatives available to those that choose to socialize and go about and have the alcohol consumption as part of that engagement. And I also want to be thankful to Mitchell Farrell for hosting this, which allowed us to also light City Hall in red. This is a 36th year of the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Education Awareness Campaign. Red, the color red is their symbol. And by lighting the City Hall, I think a worldwide iconic location to draw additional attention. Also want to thank Alex Odell. She is the president of the National Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and they're a survivor of a drunk driving boat accident as a youth. And her national advocacy for awareness and support to readily identify alternatives, as well as her support of law enforcement, recognizing the critical role that we play in the enforcement to counter the instances of drunk driving. Overall, in the city of Los Angeles, DUI-related collisions are down over the last 4 years, but the number of fatalities are actually up. This year to date, we have had 15 DUI-related fatalities. If we look back over the last 4 years, 2018, that number was 11. In regards to serious collisions, we're essentially at the same rate that we've been over the last 4 years. And so I think that, again, these numbers point out the critical decision making that people need to engage in advance of holiday outings and so forth, to ensure that they do not become a statistic, as well as to ensure that they will never be responsible for such a terrible set of circumstances resulting in the death or serious injury for someone as a result of something that's not an accident, can actually be prevented and avoided. Moving forward, there are no categorical use of force to report, which means our numbers remain the same at 31 officer-involved shootings this year versus 32 last year. Our 4-year average is 28. 14 fatalities this year. Last year, that number was 13. Our 4-year average is just over 10. In regards to our crime picture, we continue to see improvements with 8 fewer homicides now as of this past Saturday versus the same period last year. That's 343 homicides this year to date versus 351. Still a 44% increase from 2019, but we are beginning to see we continue to see incremental improvements in regards to our violent crime. We closed the week out with a 2.4% increase. As last week, I reported to you a 2.8% increase. Overall, our total Part 1 crime is a 7.6% increase year to date. We still have challenges in regards to our burglaries and especially our motor vehicle thefts. But again, these numbers are also beginning to soften and improve. Most important is that we're now 79 fewer shooting victims this year to date versus last. That is a substantial improvement over the last 6 months, and I'm happy to see that. We continue to work with our violent crime task force, augmented staffing, both for the visible presence as well as for investigative efforts. This is particularly important in the 77th and Southeast area of the city, which has seen marked increase in firearm-related robberies. We're working with Chief Woodyard there, as well as the area commanding officers, in an effort to work with the community to solve more of those robberies. We are currently at this point solving about 20% or clearing about 20% of those, identifying those responsible. Our citywide average is 26%, and I believe that there's added work there. I would ask the community is for their continued help and assistance in identifying those responsible for these robberies that are occurring. In regards to our personnel strength, there's been no change from my report of last week. Yesterday, we started our latest academy class of 30. I do want to point out and thank Captain Aaron McCraney and his Recruitment and Employment Division outreach efforts. They held an event on Saturday at the John Agger Swim Center, which is located next to the historic Coliseum. There, they had 166 potential recruits in attendance. 55 of them actually took testing to begin the 7-step process to become a member of this organization. 33 of those were African-American candidates. There were 3 breakout sessions. I want to thank Deputy Chief Amata Tangarides, General Manager Dana Brown, Commanders Neal and Spell for attending this session. It gave, in addition to lunch, these breakout sessions allowed for these individuals to provide information, answer questions, and for potential applicants to see members that look like them, have life experiences similar to them, and the opportunities that exist here. Lastly, Human Relations Commission President Anthony Mack facilitated this matter for us, and I'm grateful for him for his time and dedication to this. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, on the recruitment at Expo Center, which was terrific, do we lack the resources to do similar events in other areas of A, Los Angeles, B, Southern California, C, the United States? We have a recruitment situation here that's very difficult, and it looked like this was very successful. And I wonder, do we have the resources to take it on the road?
We do, and I will say that the difference that we're seeing today in November of 2022 versus say a year ago or even 8 or 9 months ago is that our society is opening up more. So our ability to have in-person meetings, while the recruitment and employment as well as personnel division did outreach over the last nearly 3 years, it was limited oftentimes by attendance restrictions and participations of in-person meetings. Those standards have relaxed significantly, and so our ability to pull these meetings together is absolutely an outreach and engagement effort. They have a number of strategies, including both colleges, universities, both local as well as across the country, and they are making those plans and actually engaging in that outreach effort. There'll be a report that'll be coming before you soon in regards to the actual more details on what those focused efforts are, including the number of contacts they're making, as well as what our marketing efforts are and what we're seeing as far as interest levels, which I'm happy to report just this last month in October, we saw significant increases in the number of people taking the multiple choice test. We do believe that that is tied at this early juncture to the investment by personnel department in specific outreach and marketing efforts with an outside marketing firm that began in September. Previous to that, the information I'm gathering is that personnel department essentially relied on their internal sources to do outreach and marketing and choosing various social media venues. Using a marketing firm is allowing us to get better optics on what our actual hit ratios it is, the number of contacts we're actually making and who we're actually talking to, and the effectiveness of those outreach efforts through social media.
That's interesting, and exactly what I was hoping to hear. The other question I have is, why would people from other communities, other states, other community justice colleges want to join LAPD versus staying locally or joining other areas? Is that a net plus for us?
It can be. The challenge, it's both. Well, first of all, it's sunny and 75 here today, and in other parts of the country, that's not necessarily the case. The compensation, work conditions, and so forth also, I think, is a shining example. It's not just an iconic organization, but it's one that, as the third largest in the country, offers opportunities to young people coming into this organization that perhaps smaller departments or other departments in other parts of the country may not offer. Now, there are challenges. Certainly a support system, a young person coming to Los Angeles from outside the region, having a network of support. And we're working with identifying mentors for such candidates to assure them that they're not going to be left out in the cold. Secondly, of course, your housing initiative, what you focused on in support with the Los Angeles Police Foundation, so that candidates who travel here and are worried about the cost of housing, and I think that's a legitimate concern given the steep rises we've seen in recent years compared to other parts of the country, that there's some ability for them to mitigate that through a $24,000 hiring housing allowance over a 2-year period, so that as they build up in their seniority with the organization and also their salaries, they can live here in a modest but responsible way and very capable. So we are our outreach effort is across the country, but I also have to say that, in October, we had 8 pocket tests in areas like Cerritos, Mount Sac, the Palms, Garden Grove. We also have had outreach in areas into San Bernardino County, Riverside County, the Kern County area. Those are the areas of influence around the Southern California area, which has, the county has 10 million people, and this region probably has closer to 20 million. We also believe fertile ground. So the local colleges, job centers, those are things that our people are getting out to and are making testing and outreach efforts to. And again, this is information that that Chief Reyna and working with Captain Aaron McCraney is chronoing, so that much like a CompStat inspection, we can give specific answers as to, for instance, LA Valley College hiring fair. We had 129 individuals there that took the pocket test, which is essentially the first snapshot of whether or not you have the basic qualifications to continue the process of become a Los Angeles police officer. That's an interest level that we want to follow up and continue to work and mentor those individuals who've expressed that type of interest to join this department.
Okay, and finally, I don't know if this is true or not true, but I've been reading about making it a requirement that any police officer have a 4-year college degree before they become a police officer. Is that really in the works somewhere?
There is state legislation that by 2025 that would require that type of college experience. However, that's also very much a work in progress, so that we can ensure that we're not excluding very otherwise qualified applicants because of a barrier of access to an undergraduate degree. So we are working both within the California Police Chiefs Association as well as with our state legislators to better define what those requirements are, and to ensure that in establishing higher education, we know by research develops a more rounded and capable officer. And we want and we see that within our own organization, that is those that come into the organization with undergraduate degrees or even graduate degrees, or those that return and those that return back to college during the course of their career, that they're better qualified, better suited for dealing with the challenges of a complex society today. So continuing education, lifelong education, we certainly support in the profession. I think the challenge is, again, recognizing that the high cost of education today, that there may be some that don't have access to undergraduate level degrees, perhaps community colleges, AA degrees. So we want to work with the legislatures. We want to work as police chiefs, certainly as cities, to ensure that we have a well-trained and educated formal education for our people, but also that those are not new barriers at a time in which we're struggling to identify qualified applicants, and that would become a barrier that would keep us from achieving the restaffing of this organization that I think is critically necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Clanche, any questions for Chief Moore?
I do. Thank you. Chief, to dovetail on what Commissioner Soboroff was asking, I guess my follow-up is about the processing time. Have we made improvements on getting the applicants through the process? Because I know that is a challenge when a candidate is applying for multiple departments and they're getting through the process faster in other departments, and they might get hired away. So I know that's something that you are working on. Just wondering if there's a sense of improvement.
Well, with the arrival of Ms. Dana Brown as the General Manager of Personnel in April of this year, that's been her #1 commitment, is to improve the processing, if you will, of qualified applicants in a 7-step process in a period of weeks and months, instead of what has been the case, which is oftentimes 6 months to a year to 2 years. So we are continuing to work with her on that. I do believe that we need greater visibility and to understand where the choke points are, where the attrition is occurring because of of candidates that are being pulled away from us because of other institutions that are faster. I will say it's a common challenge amongst agencies around this region and across the country that seemingly the bureaucracy or just where we're stuck at, we need to change, and we need to hire, and again, weeks and months. We have a 90-day goal to hire from applicant to academy seat. It is something that Ms. Brown and the personnel department is committed to achieving with us. And we're working with her to understand how we can help with that process and what steps we could perhaps take to shorten some investigative efforts or organize it in some different fashion or identify where the choke points are, whether it be resource driven or candidate. We need to get better. Interested people who want to join this department, we need to make sure they're qualified, but we also need to do it recognizing it's a very competitive market, and qualified applicants are going to be, everyone's hungry for. So we have to be better than everyone else.
Are we close to our 90-day goal, or are we still like really far off?
Well, to me, we're in excess of 6 months to a year. There are some that come in will come in the 90 to 120 day period, but certainly this needs to become a standard that we have not yet achieved. Again, we'll continue to work with Ms. Brown and the personnel department to understand how we can accelerate that. We have a polygraph portion of that test, which we've ensured that we have added polygraph test takers, so that there's not a jam point there. But we're asking as well, is there in the medical exam and the background portion where the field evaluations and so forth, what are the metrics on those? How quickly are they being achieved? And how can we ensure that we move up the timing of getting that right? We want to make sure they're right, but I still believe that a background process, a field evaluation that's taking 6-8 weeks is entirely too long.
So Chief, so the personnel department is working to provide us some information about where those choke points are.
Yes.
So at some point, you can tell us this is where the problem is, and then we can work to find a solution.
That is that's our pursuit. We're working on this on a regular basis. It's a topic, not just, in fairness to Ms. Brown and personnel department, this is a topic that every general manager across the entire city is asking for. But yet we recognize that on the public safety side, we're well underneath our authorized strength, and certainly hundreds of officers fewer than what we have in the applicant pool that's going into their academy is not keeping up with attrition. And that, so this is a job one challenge that we're asking, and we're willing to help however possible. Whatever portions of this that we could assume responsibilities for, we're certainly always desirous of.
Okay. Yeah, I look forward to hearing what the challenges are. On a slightly different note, I wanted to go back to your clearing rates of 20%. This is for the violent crimes, the robberies, right? And these are being handled by the Violent Crimes Task Force, or why aren't they getting cleared? Just so that I have an understanding.
So a clearance rate is a term. We follow certain UCR standards, which go to what are the facts and circumstances known so that the department can identify that as a solved case and cleared. And it requires that the person responsible for a crime is identified, that they're arrested, or their whereabouts are known, and that you have, we've done everything we can to bring them before the criminal justice system. A cleared by arrest is one of those type clearances. So again, we believe we have the person responsible for that crime. We've arrested that person, presented that case to the district attorney's office, say if it's a robbery, so it's a felony case, and a filing is obtained. Currently, 20% of the robberies in 77th and Southeast area are solved to that degree. The citywide average is 26%, which is actually a couple percentage points lower than our historic averages. We strive for a 30-35% rate. What this is dependent on is a community that's working with us, community members that step forward and help us identify those that they believe may be responsible for this, as well as the quality investigation that we have both by the initial officers that are there and the detective resources and the follow-up investigations that are there. The Violent Crime Task Force is essentially a virtual or group of resources that are brought on in an augmented fashion by added overtime hours. And what I've asked South Bureau to do is to ensure that while we have added patrols and higher visibility, that we also have enough officers and sufficient detectives that are working these cases to solve the instances to begin with. The idea here is that there's a small percentage of offenders that are creating a majority of these crimes, and that identifying them and bringing them before the criminal justice system will have a dramatic impact on the rate of these instances of violence. So it's an investigative initiative or focus that as we come into the holiday months, I think it's critical. We'll see more people on our roadways, more people moving about, going to shopping and so forth. And so the instances of opportunists that want to pull these type of street robberies and so forth, it's critical that we identify them and make arrests. And I have to say that both in South Bureau as well as in our other parts of the city and our robbery homicide division follow home bandit task force, they're making those arrests. They are solving these cases. This is a bit of a tweak though, because while when we see gun violence on robberies, we see 77th in Southeast to South Los Angeles having probably the highest percentage, or I would say the highest percentage of robberies involving firearms, some 40%. City average is about 30%. It's critical that we are identifying those persons carrying those guns, committing those robberies, so that we can avoid further bloodshed, because an instance of that gun being present in that robbery just exponentially increases the chance of there being a tragic outcome with a death or shooting.
And we're allocating more resources to that area to ensure that we're doing what we can to limit
Yes.
the
Yes.
possibility of the violence. Oh, just
Yes.
one last question. For my own understanding, you said the average solve rate is in the 30%.
No, 26% is the city average today for robberies. And again, this is just for the public's awareness. We track each of these crimes separately. For instance, homicides are well over 70% that are solved. Crimes against persons involve a individual seen by another individual. So historically, you have higher rates of solving in those areas because you have witnesses, the victim themselves and others. And so we're looking, when we look at the combination of our crime fighting and crime prevention efforts, these are measures, much as a doctor would look at a patient blood work and so forth, to understand how are the various measures working to improve the overall health of a community. And that's where the crimes that we're solving, particularly violent crime, it's critical as we look to stem that increase in violence, that we identify those persons responsible and make arrests and bring them before the criminal justice system to deter further acts of violence.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify that our solve rate wasn't 26% for all the other crimes, but it's just for the robberies. Okay.
Yes.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner, any questions for Chief Moore?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chief. I wanted to just go back quickly to the crime statistics, and in particular, it seems to me that it's still somewhat of a mixed picture in that there's real reductions in the shootings and homicides, but in the part one crime generally, those are situations where we're seeing a slower increase. In other words, their numbers are still going up, but at a slower pace. Is that accurate or reasonably accurate?
Yes, you're seeing a reduction in the rate of increase, I guess is the turn of the phrase. So the number of crimes per week this week versus last week for property crimes is higher than last year's number, but at a lower rate than the double digits that we saw just a few months ago. Right. So that's where our work, for instance, in property crime, we have a 9.3% increase year to date citywide. A month ago, that was 10.2%. So each week, if we're seeing still a 5 or 6% increase in the number of crimes versus last year, we're still seeing more crimes this year than last year, but we're not seeing it at the double-digit rate that it was. And that's where our work needs to continue in regards to burglaries, motor vehicle thefts, and other thefts. These numbers are, to the extent that we can prevent a burglary, theft from vehicle, lock it, hide it, keep it, we can see this rate of increase further slide or be reduced. And it's my hope is that by the end of the year, we're in single digits now, this year versus last. Our violent crime numbers have dropped we're at 2.4%. 4 weeks ago, we're over 3.6%. So it's my hope that those numbers are going to continue to dwindle down to a basic and then to a reduction. And that's the nature of this.
Right. Then when you shift to when you shift to shooting victims, however, where you are seeing some what we'll just call real reductions, but when you mentioned in your report, for example, that when you look at the year-to-date numbers, if you compare, they're down if you compare them to last year and the year before. But if you're looking at 2019, it's up some 44% or something. I think by my understanding, it's about 360 more people roughly who were shot this year versus the same period in 2019. And of course, what we've done the last couple of years because of the shutdown in 2020 and that kind of anomaly, we've kind of, in some cases looked to 2020, 21, but in many cases looked at 19 as kind of the last, what you might think of as relatively normal year, or at least the year absent anomaly. Question is, at some point, is 2022 going to start to look like the new, the new normal, if you will, or I'm just, as we get further and further out, I'm saying from 2019, 2020 is going to continue to be what it was.
Well,
2020 and 21. So at what point does that number, start to settle in, or is there more that we can do to continue to drive it down to where it was several years ago?
So I believe we need to keep both perspectives. I think we still need to look at 2018 and 2019 for, I'll say, reference points of what this city was able to achieve as far as the safety of its communities, working with this department, working with all of our stakeholders. And at the same time, recognize that those were decades lows in a sense of reduction in property crime and violent crime. But we shouldn't give up on the fact that we can't get back there. So I think we have to keep that reference point there. 2022 is much more of a quote unquote normal year, but I believe, as you'll see in my remarks to you in my correspondence on the budget, we still have the lingering effects of COVID. We still have the lingering effects of isolation and resources that were lost and support that was taken away or absence because of the COVID pandemic. We still have, so the challenges are still here, is that 2022, while more, quote unquote, more normal, more in line of what was in 2019, I would hope that when we go into 2023, that we continue to keep 19 in our rearview mirror, continue to understand that this city has the ability, that even though we're down 64 fewer shooting victims today, to your point, we're up 43% from 2019. So we can't look at that 5% reduction and be, we should be happy, and we need to recognize it and recognize the work that stands behind it, but not be satisfied. We need to continue our pursuit of getting this city back into the type of safer, I won't say safe, I'll say a safer environment, safer communities that we saw just a few short 3 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I have a number of questions today, but they all relate to agenda items, so I'll hold my questions till that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief Moore, I just have one question. Perhaps you can help me. On this morning's news, I saw a report about 2 officers, both of whom are going through cancer, and they're having a very tough time of it. Do we have anything on the department's website where members of the public who want to help these officers would be able to do so?
Yes, I believe if it's not on the site, we'll get it on there today, but there is a blue ribbon fund for individuals that, community members, others. This is a family that 2 individuals are suffering from stage 4 cancer and have family members and children, and we are wanting to make sure the public is aware. We know that many are willing and would like to support them. There has been some social media outreach by other community members and colleagues as well. So this is, I received a message last night from a chief another part of the country, he was making an inquiry just to verify that it was a legitimate outreach. And of course, I affirmed that. But we'll also do that with the Department LAPD online, so that people can make sure that they have a verified circumstance and that someone is not involved with some ploy.
Thank you very much, Chief. At this time, there being no further questions for the chief, we'll go to public comment, item 2 on the agenda. Madam Secretary.
Okay, our first caller is caller ending 4952.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is T. Guerra, Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. And there was a presentation here several weeks ago about community safety partnership, and I wanted to address a few things in that presentation because, again, this year, like last year, we see in LAPD's proposed budget how community safety partnership is being put forward as this very model program that should be institutionalized and funded and held up as this example of success that wants to be expanded everywhere. But if we look more closely at what is actually being claimed about it, it starts to come apart. So the first thing that we want to touch on are the safety plans that LAPD puts together with HACLA for each site, sometimes with the involvement of local city council members as well. So these are being presented as being very community-centered and thoughtful for making such suggestions as like adding lighting to different locations around a site to help decrease crime or to help community members feel more safe. But then we also hear from Tingrides how at town halls, many of the issues raised by folks had to do with quality of life issues or challenges like lack of parking, the need for speed bumps, additional things like that. And what I wanted to raise here is that at the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, we actually asked for those safety plans because crime prevention through environmental design, that tactic that is being used on CSP sites in those plans is not new. It has been used for decades by the city attorney and by LAPD and actually used to control and order changes to an environment or space with the purpose and intention of surveillance. And we see how that is being done at these CSP sites as well under the guise of these plans. So when we looked at these safety plans from 2020 and 2022, what we saw is that, yes, people are asking, yeah, we want more speed bumps. We want help with parking. We have a trip hazard on the sidewalk where the pavement is sticking up. We need trash picked up. And even though that was being gone through and logged by LAPD in these plans, when you looked at 2022, 2 years later, what you saw was that a lot of them had the exact same thing, just copied word for word, the exact same photos, sometimes with the date changed. And on a few of them, there was even the note that in that case, on that site, the only change made from 2 years prior was that LED lighting was added. And that was the only change after all of these lists of requests from people. So when Tingrides is making these presentations about how phenomenal it is that LAPD is doing these so-called safety walks, it's honestly insulting because not only are they not doing anything about those things that people are actually asking for help with, but also you don't need police to add lighting to a site. But this board needs so badly to portray LAPD as being successful at any of its programs and its CSP and at community policing. So you have something to put forward that you would rather keep paying cops salaries, paying cops in the millions of dollars to staff CSP than invest directly in youth programs or guaranteed income programs or rent assistance or accessible transportation or all of those other things that people need and that people have been asking for instead of police. We reject your budget. We reject your opinions. You are not legitimate. We demand that LAPD is defunded.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Esther.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I have called into this commission for nearly 2.5 years. I do not have family in LAPD. I'm just a regular citizen, a concerned mother, and I saw and still see our city in deep trouble. During the summer of 2020, I saw so many turn their backs on cops, from the anti-police rhetoric to physical damage, lighting cop cars on fire, spray painting ACAB, smashing windows, looting, throwing rocks at police officers' heads. I saw the evil and wanted to stand up for what's right. I held signs saying defend, not defund LAPD, back the blue, thank you for risking your lives to protect us. I too got objects thrown at my head multiple times, but I knew I was taking a stand for good against evil. I then learned about these meetings where radicals were calling in and saying the most vile remarks. I wanted the commission to know that there are many people and mothers like me who appreciate police and actually want more police, not less. We needed to counterbalance all the attacks you were getting. I supported you, Chief Moore. I even have a picture with you where I'm holding a sign, "Blessed are the peacemakers." But over these 2.5 years, I've seen you cave into political pressure, taking a knee with BLM, mandating COVID shots with 100% compliance, celebrating sexual perversion while standing next to a man only wearing a Speedo with dollar bills sticking out, identity politics, taking away pretextual stops because somehow those are racist, unjustly moving officers such as Contreras and Captain Smith to make a council member happy. LAPD should be apolitical, but it's not. Chief Moore, when you retire soon, are you staying here in Los Angeles or moving to another state? Maybe Florida or Tennessee? You're setting a fire in Los Angeles just to watch it burn from afar, knowing you'll be better protected by police policy set in place in a safer area. So we've come a long way. The threats used to come from BLM, Antifa, anarchists, but now the threats against police officers and public safety are coming from within the department. You promote captains who are having run-ins with the law while demoting captains who are truth tellers. The outcome of this is a corrupt command staff. Chief Moore, last week you said you are, quote, limited from discussing personnel matters because of state confidentiality laws. The local council member, AKA Monica, did not direct nor ask you to move anyone. The chief of police by city charter is responsible solely for the assignment of personnel. I do take input from stakeholders throughout the organization, as well as commissioners, elected officials, business owners, residents, and others. But the day-to-day operations and the assignment of personnel is mine and mine alone, end quote. I have some questions. We understand you to claim Monica didn't direct or ask you to move anyone. However, in your own words, you admit you, quote, take input from elected officials. Did Monica give you input to move Slow Contreras, and what were her reasons? Does Monica sit in on oral interviews and LAPD personnel? Does Monica tell LAPD to issue notices to correct to officers? That's a lot of giving input and not directing, but I think we're just arguing semantics here. Further, if you do take input, I highly recommend you taking input from CPAB and Neighborhood Watch.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
A couple of the agenda items, public comment and chief's report.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD and I support the police commissioners. It's not something that I hide. I'm very proud of that. I also support all the agenda items under donations, and I need people to understand that we need our officers. We need LAPD. We need them, everybody, to defend them, not defund them. And we also need prayers that our city, our county is going to remain safe and not come under scrutiny with everything else that's going on within our local government. And lastly, I hope everybody has a wonderful, blessed, and thankful Thanksgiving and stay healthy and safe. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Closed session, the chief, public input for about 5 hours, if I could. So I get 3 minutes, I guess. All right. Well, I believe that Jones is quite underprotected with the training. I know he had a heart of gold to help, right? But the girl got shot. It's really very, I'm sure Jones is not feeling very good. I do bless his heart. This is a very difficult situation. The LAPD is trying to do good. That's the basics that I know about it. But let's talk about all the things that are totally crazy about this thing. You're talking about MAD. We got a Mexican drunk in here. This is no driver's license, insurance. But if you go on the East Coast, guess what? It's a bunch of white people. This is no different. The human being, it doesn't matter what color it is, where it came from, drives around drunk here, from East Coast to West Coast. And it's absolutely disgusting no different. I saw the investigation efforts resulted in countless hours of surveillance for the train thefts and the stealing, stuff that was off the train. You had 49 search warrants, $18 million worth of merchandise. I noticed that every name was a Spanish name. It's very disheartening. I run into Spanish people that are the nicest people I ever met. they teach me things. It's just so beautiful. So I wonder, why are these people stealing stuff? This goes back to the paychecks, back to your recruitment problem. How much are people getting paid? And these people feel like they're not getting paid enough, so they need to go steal $18 million worth of merchandise. The sad part is they didn't sell the stuff and have the $18 million in the bank. It's kind of a foolish thing. But anyways, let's see. Recruitment, maybe sober off. If you left, maybe they might be able to recruit some people. You seem to think that you're not the problem, Steve. That's really, let's see, standing for justice. I heard about all this removal of Officer Smith and the Rodriguez stuff. And I noticed that maybe your recruitment problem, you have to stand for justice until you realize internally in the department, if you have an issue, you don't get any justice. And these CPAP people, they're over there talking between themselves and trying to talk to you. Do you know that needs a cam? And I heard the chief last week say something like internal police business communications or something like that. Do you know that needs a cam? We need to hear everything you people say. Okay, Bratton on your recruitment, obviously not worth it. Illuminati Beck, obviously not worth it. Look at the position they put you in. A brigadometer. There's no way to help you, man. You're a lost cause. You ought to leave too. And hopefully Mayor Karen gets rid of you one at a time. So we do it in a nice way. And they start with Steve, and then we change all 5 of you. And guess what? I found out it's not going to change because the pool of people that they're pulling from, it seems like everybody's stupid. I know that police are making headway. They're doing more, and it's still, it's showing up mild progress, just not fast enough. But I heard about it again today.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Larry Hanna.
Thank you.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Larry Hanna. I'm the independent counsel with the Los Angeles Police Protective League. I'd like to concentrate my remarks on the Border Rights Review by the Inspector General's office. Context is very important. When a report stresses percentage increases over actual raw numbers, it's trying to drive hysteria in the headlines. It is not until page 48 of the report that the Inspector General attempts to put in context the numbers. On that page, and it quotes, "In presenting this data, the OIG notes that the overall number of boards in each category, as well as the difference in outcomes, is fairly small due to the relatively short window of time being examined. As such, percentages may change significantly with a difference of only a few cases. This does not capture other factors that might be helpful in analyzing the results, such as the relative strengths of the cases being presented to the board based on the available evidence and the type of allegations that must be proven in each case. As such, it may be too early to draw strong conclusions about whether these numbers represent meaningful differences between the types of panels." Unquote. Bearing this information on page 48 was one of the most non-transparent things we've seen in a long time. We, as the Police Protective League, believe that the hearing examiner's qualifications should be strengthened and made germane to the job as possible. We believe that hearing examiners and the department personnel assigned to the boards of rights should be provided comprehensive and ongoing training and guidance as described in the report. We believe very strongly that city attorneys should be utilized to present the cases to the boards of rights. The Los Angeles Police Protective League believes that civilian oversight should continue over the Board of Right process, and we trust the Board of Police Commissioners will appoint qualified individuals to take on this critical police oversight role. We vehemently oppose removing and changing and altering the burden of proof. This is un-American. Innocent until proven guilty, period. There can be no meaningful check on the absolute power of the chief if the burden of proof is disseminated. We were unable to find any precedent for this unheard of proposal in any other jurisdiction. One other thing that we find lacking is talking to one of the most important shareholders out there in this was the actual civilian board members. We heard from people in the department that they were interviewed, but their interviews were left out. Some of the attorneys who were interviewed.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
Good morning, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Today, you're voting to extend the state of emergency on the COVID situation. Briggs, Decker, what is your rationale between the decision, if you so choose to extend? The data has been analyzed and sent via email to this commission on several occasions. Just yesterday, a detailed report was sent out for public comment and it wasn't published. Your excuse is you didn't receive the email, yet you replied that you received it. That reply was sent back to you. Why does this commission continue to violate the Brown Act? It's wrong for the city to continue to break the rules, yet you hold neighborhood councils on a high standard. I'm not part of a neighborhood council for that reason. Now let's shift gears. Mike, we are not going to let you get away with the corruption that's happening under your watch and that you are a part of. You moved Caesar per Monica's request. You can't deny it, but you can deny it all you want, but it's true. It's also true that you and Alan gave Monica half of Foothills deployed officers for her 4th of July drone show. She should have pulled a permit so officers could sign up for overtime. You allow Monica to pull officers from the LAPD mounted unit and motor patrol for photo ops during an election season. 0 tickets were given, 0 enforcement. You know, what a waste of resources for a council member who led the defund the LAPD movement. And you've promoted 3 officers, 2 of which are 3 officers who had brushes with the law. I'll mention 2 of them, Corey Palka, Tom Jonathan, and I'll save more for the next meeting. You have weaponized the LAPD with policies that are not in the best interest of the people or our officers' safety. Life is about patterns, and your patterns are evidence that you do what the city council tells you to do. Then what will happen, Mike? Are you planning on taking your millions when you retire to a red state? What are you going to, Florida, Tennessee, like the person said before? Places where you don't have to worry about your Rolex getting stolen. A place you don't have to wear a face diaper, just like you mandate your officers to do. You will leave the city that you have lived in for what, about 7 years, that you've ruined, and you will walk away with blood on your hands. You're going to leave a department that doesn't even respect you. Did you catch the Newsmax interview with the league director who called you out on treating women very, very poorly? Yet you're pushing to hire more women. He said, who wants to work for this department when the chief is a bully? Well, it looks like I am not the only one who feels that way and isn't afraid to say it. Mike, you're a bully and you're a disgrace to the city of Los Angeles. I'm going to leave with the quote if I can. We seem to be getting closer and closer to a situation where nobody is responsible for what they did, but we are all responsible for what somebody.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to say that the first number that jumped out at me on the chief's report was 343. 343 homicides. That's 1 a day or more in the city of Los Angeles. It's unacceptable. It's a tragedy. It is just incomprehensible, quite frankly. And those murders, those are lives. I don't know who they are, doesn't matter. They're all precious lives, children of God. And I don't see much talk about it. I hear a number, but I don't see the faces, the names, the stories. Occasionally you do, but it's rare. And so 343, that is unacceptable. So I just want to make sure that that number resonates and is burned into everyone's mind. The other number was 26% of robberies cleared, only 26%. That's a very low standard, very low. We have to have higher standards in many ways, and that's just one area. I want to say to everyone, especially to the officers that will be working on Thanksgiving, who are protecting and serving, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. I'd like to read a quote from Charles Dickens. Reflect upon your present blessings, of which every man has many, not on your past misfortunes, of which all men have some. So I also want to second what Esther said, what Phil Tabby said, and what Larry Hanna said from the Los Angeles Police Protective League. We need to hear more from the Protective League. They are those who are protecting those who protect others. I think their voice is very important and it needs to be heard. The citizens and the officers of Los Angeles deserve better. I'm hoping that we do get better. Chief, this is your time to make a grand gesture before your time is over. Do what you can, think of a way to improve the morale of the officers of the LAPD. The LAPD deserves better. And with that, I'll just say happy Thanksgiving. Thanks be to God.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1264.
Hi.
Hi, what items would
Chief's
you like-
report and public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah, Chief, I got a call from the Foothill Division about the situation that's going on in my neighborhood over here. And just want to say that I've had these calls, I've had these meetings before, but the follow through just hasn't been there. And I hope that is going to be different this time. I'm holding out hope. We just recently had a police officer that came over to the area where multiple vendors were vending in the prohibited area and obviously criminalizing our residential area by illegally vending, and that only attracts more crime, which we have in the area, which we have a lot of quote homeless drug dealers, really, but they say they're homeless, but they're obviously dealing drugs. And the community policing called me and also contacted me and asked me what was going on. And I was shocked. I expected them to tell me what was going on because they're the ones who are supposed to be out there looking at the situation and evaluating it and working together and trying to create some kind of acceptable outcome. And the one thing I was shocked about with the police officer that came, he said we couldn't do anything about the vendors because the mayor said it's a stand down order. And I'm thinking, well, the laws have already been put in place and you're telling me it's a stand down order, but yet we're paying our property taxes to you, the police officers, to enforce these laws so that we're protected, the homeowners, and that's not happening. So that was one thing that I was upset about. And the other thing is you're talking about DUIs and things and all these crazy accidents and pedestrians being hit. I see no traffic.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T. Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning to all. Last week, Chief Moore gave his COVID-19 report, and there was a total of 54 new COVID positive cases within LAPD. 47 of the 54 were fully vaccinated. That's 87%. Today's report is 34 positive cases. Out of the 34, 28 are vaccinated, which is 82.35%. Based on the current data, COVID-19 positive cases are on the rise. What this current data doesn't provide is vaccination status of the new cases. I do have the data from Chief Moore report to the Police Commission, though. Let's look. Year to date, January 11, 2022 to November 15, 2022, the vaccinated are making up 77% of the positive infection rates within the LAPD. For the month of November, as of today, There have been a total of 130 COVID-19 positive cases within LAPD. 111 of the 130 were fully vaccinated in accordance with your COVID-19 mandate. This includes this month, including today, the vaccinated are making up 85.38% of the new positive cases within LAPD. Commissioner Briggs, on September 20, 2022 and October 25th, 2022, you continue to read off data from Los Angeles County Health Department from July 7th, 2022. You recommended extending the state of emergency based on this obsolete July data. The Police Commission voted to extend the state of emergency from this data. If we were still in July when you read this on 9/20/22 and 10/25/2022, I would be in complete agreement with you that COVID cases were up. As you're all aware, in the month of July, per Chief Moore, there were a total of 405 COVID-19 positive cases within the LAPD. 323 of the 405 were vaccinated, meaning for the month of July, 80% of the positive cases came from the vaccinated. If we're still in August when you read this on 9/20/22 and 10/25/22, I would still agree with you that the COVID cases were up. As you're all aware, in the month of August, per Chief Moore, there were a total of 317 COVID-19 positive infections within LAPD. 262 of the 317 were fully vaccinated, meaning for the month of August, 83% of cases came from the vaccinated population within LAPD. Based on CDC indicators and thresholds, on 9/2/2022, the CDC moved the county into low community level for severe illness for COVID-19, meaning minimal stress on hospital systems. Per CDC, many people in the United States have protection, immunity against COVID-19. This immunity, combined with availability of tests and treatments, has greatly reduced the risk of severe illness, hospitalization, and death from COVID-19 for many people. In the past 2 weeks, COVID admissions have increased a minuscule 0.02%, 0.02% per CDC. Commissioner Briggs or Decker, you'll be voting today whether you should extend the state of emergency or not. I would like you to articulate the rationale of extending the state of emergency that was declared over 2.5 years ago. What are the imminent risks to health and safety? Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Q Jean-Marie.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I would like to say that 2020 was a year of accountability, but there are folks who've used law enforcement historically to bully communities of color, historically disenfranchised communities, and now they're angry because we are in a time of accountability. We just passed Measure A by 72% of the vote. Accountability is still on the agenda. So people are going to come from other cities now. We're recruiting people from other cities to actually give them housing to join the LAPD, and then they're going to go out and they're going to patrol and enforce laws against people with no homes. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm being sarcastic, just in case some folks didn't get it. Who's screening the people who are coming from out of town, by the way? Because we know a lot of people with racist ideologies and white supremacist ideologies are attracted to LAPD and law enforcement because they get to kill people. And that's not far-fetched. It's been proven. We see what happened with January 6th, and we swept whoever was involved from Los Angeles under the rug. So how are we really going to trust that law enforcement is going to be safe if folks are coming from different communities with different ideologies and being entrusted with a gun to patrol people they don't like? Kind of scary. Gun violence in America, I don't think we want to deal with gun violence in America. I don't think it's something we want to take care of. I don't think we have a gun culture in America. We have a violent culture, not just gun culture, but a violent culture in America. And we haven't done anything to prove that we really want to resolve those issues. So I don't trust that we really want to resolve those issues. And of course, we're going to have more burglaries and more motor vehicles stolen. I have stuff stolen. I don't even call the cops when folks steal my stuff, because obviously with 26% solve rate, you're not going to get your stuff back. And so we need to deal with the issues up front that cause poverty and make sure we can get resources and all of the help that folks need. You guys know it. We've been reading them out. I don't need to keep going on and on, but we need to resolve the issue at the top and build a dam instead of trying to catch flowing water from the bottom. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky.
Hi, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
5A, the public rejects this budget. We don't want 2 more helicopters. We don't want 105.5 million for recruiting and overtime. People don't want to become cops. It's clear we should fund the problems that cause crime, not overfund carceral solutions like LAPD. The chief said that we have the resources to recruit in response to Sober Off today. Why are you asking for more? 10.6 million for Bridge Home Patrol is insane when that money could be easing the very real problems unhoused people are faced when it leads to the apparent need for LAPD. Item 6A, Valentina Peralta was murdered. Daniel Lopez was murdered. These murders should be found clearly out of policy. 4A, body cams are good, but why is there so much money allocated to overtime? When laborers work overtime, they consider it some sort of bonus or outside of the typical scope of work. If you're having officers install body cams on overtime, it sets the wrong tone. None of that 1 million should go to overtime where cops are being paid above their base salary. 4C, we reject the 250K for CPD. We don't want community policing development. We want community services. Reject this grant. Specifically, we reject the 52K you want to spend on video games for cops. We don't want more training. We want more divestment. More training in de-escalation and critical thinking is too little too late. We don't want more training, especially from super cops, AKA train the trainers programs. 4E, same stuff, don't apply, don't accept this micro grant for CPD, we don't want it. 4F, 40,000 for Metro's canines and SWAT teams. Sounds like some of the most violent and brutal tactics. It's a big no. 4G, Thanksgiving is a racist colonizer holiday. LAPF is propping up those values with this donation. 4H, choir robes for cops, equine therapy for kids. Am I losing my mind? How are these on the same item? 4I, J, K, reject all of these quote unquote donations. Item 1, to repeat what the chief says, it seems like the only violent crime increasing in LA is shootings and murders done by the LAPD. Briggs, 45 minutes is not enough to hear from all of LA for this historically bloated budget. It's insane, especially when you give 3 minutes of public comment to anyone. Follow your own rules at least. I think it's also inappropriate that Soboroff flipped off the chief when he stated that higher education makes a more well-rounded officer. Maybe it was an unconscious slip, but it seemed pretty weird to scratch your eye with the middle finger when the chief disagrees with you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Robert Rico.
Yes, good morning, all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm still laughing about the face diaper, excuse me. Civilian hearing examiners appointed by the Board of Police Commissioners to serve on the department's Board of Rights disciplinary panels provide an additional layer of civilian oversight, as well as fair and reasonable check against the unquestioned and unfettered power of an individual chief of police to do as they wish when meting out discipline. The 57-page Board of Rights review conducted by the Office of the Inspector General can best be summarized in this manner. The IG wants to give a respected police chief the absolute power of a king over any disciplining of their police officer subjects with no checks or balances against that absolute power. And in doing so, the IG would tip the scales of justice away from the presumption of innocence for the accused police officer and dramatically decrease civilian participation, oversight, and authority over the LAPD's discipline process. We believe that this is a wrong approach, and we are reminded of Lord John Acton's words that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The report is clearly written to solicit a more punitive approach to discipline, as opposed to doing what is right and ensuring that the discipline process is done in the most fair, responsible, and even-handed manner as possible. Although the 57-page report is heavy on percentages and provides some feedback from Board of Rights participants, it lacked context and specifics of individual cases it cited as to why panels disagree with the chief's recommendations almost 66% of the time overall. The report also lacked input from key stakeholders and used percentage increases akin to a tabloid headline to shock the reader as opposed to actual numbers, which in the context of a 9,300 member department are quite low. The report details many egregious allegations that begs the question, Why did the Board of Rights panel disagree with the chief's recommended discipline? The report is written in an unfair manner as it omits the reasons, the written rationale, and the words of the respective Board of Rights hearing examiners as to its deliberative process, interpretation of the evidence or lack thereof, and direct testimony of those involved in the case or cases. It is heavy on the what happened, but deliberately light on the why it happened. The report does not have any input from actual hearing examiners. Ask yourself why. Wouldn't any valid review of the Board of Rights process have to include input from the actual hearing examiners, in particular the civilian examiners, especially considering the report's passive-aggressive criticism of many of their findings? Lastly, the who reviewed these board transcripts and sat through the hearings when allowed. To my knowledge, not one of the OIG staff, including the IG himself, have any experience in conducting Board of Rights or any other disciplinary hearings, either prosecuting, defending, or sitting in judgment. How would they know what should have been done? How do they know what is best practices? Why didn't the IG contact department command staff who sat on these boards and get their input regarding the transcripts? Why not contact former advocates? Ask yourself why.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Naoki. Nayoko, you're on.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm calling because the proposed budget increases are cause for increased violence against the community. You just talked about in-person events for equipment. You still hold your meetings online because supposed COVID concerns. You talked about rising rents and barriers to higher education in LA. The LAPD steals money that can be used to actually address these things and enforces the white supremacist and patriarchal institutions which causes them. 119 million budget increase with 15.6 million for helicopters, 38 million for police vehicles, 105.5 million mainly for recruiting and overtime is crazy. We don't want more money or any money for this racist violent entity. You're also demanding funding for 6 new positions for a dedicated strategic planning team in its build up to the 2028 Olympics and Paralympic Games with a potential increase in training with drone technology, causing more violence as you further surveil and displace predominantly Black and Brown communities. LMU studies in both 2020 and 2022 found that 1/3 of respondents supported proposals to dismantle LAPD, and even more supported defunding and divestment from police. We demanded a divestment from police and investment in community-centered, non-police alternatives to safety and community wellness. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mark Dutton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on? Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for your service. As much as I disagree with many of you almost all the time, I know it's a tough job, and I certainly wouldn't want to be have to look forward to this every week. That being said, I wanted to reach out to either Mike or Monica or whoever was responsible for supplying 3 officers at our tiny little protest on Saturday at Lowe's. It's very appreciated and gratifying, but definitely not necessary. Surely those officers' time would be better spent attending to police business in our communities. We will continue to protest peacefully and remind our public officials who they work for, and that is us, the community members. There is a dangerous influence by the city council on our LAPD, and it is based on self-interest and political aspirations. We all know it's there. We all see it every day. It's hard to quantify. It's hard to have people understand when they're not in the trenches, but it is there. We all feel it, we all see it, and we all know it. So please, let's take the politics out of the LAPD. I know it must be present to an extent, but it seems to be a mission creep here and taking over the job of our officers, which is to serve the community members and make our communities safer. There has to be a way for this commission to be more effective and less divisive. It's not productive for anyone, the state that we're in right now, when we have these meetings. We're all spinning our wheels, and that doesn't help anybody. Regarding the extension of COVID restrictions, how long are public agencies going to hide behind this nonsense? This is no longer some conspiratorial resistance to these policies. This is nonsense. It's an excuse to not engage effectively with the public. It has to stop. This city touts following science. Well, why don't you follow science? Science is not political. It is what it is. So please look at the data, look at the stats, open this up so we can try to fix our city. Please do your jobs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4578. Caller ending 4578, you're on. Okay, we'll move on. Next, we have Javier Hermosillo.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't know what the feedback. Okay. I want to address a number of issues. Yeah, I'm on these meetings like a lot of other people every week, and I want to say that as opposed to those people who have either limited exposure or only negative exposure to this department, I've been around this department through 11 chiefs of police since Ed Davis, in a variety of capacities as a reporter, as a community member, as one of the original co-founders of the first CPAB and the first Chiefs Community Forum, and as a Board of Rights Hearing Examiner, having done pretty close to 100 police officer discipline cases over 20 years. And this department, and I've worked with other departments around the country, and this department has a problem in that it's made up of human beings who occasionally do stupid things, heroic things, things beyond their capacity, things that surprise us and make us smile. There's a core of people here who look at this agenda, and every item is a problem. Okay, and I've learned in life that somebody who looks at life simply through the negatives is probably not a good contributing member of society. They certainly have an opinion, and I've personally dug into the Foothill Division situation. I have a lot of contacts all over the city. One of my first cousins is the head of one of the oldest legal rights organization in Los Angeles. And what we sometimes don't understand as civilians, and I don't work with the department these days, okay? I've moved on, is that even captains do stupid things. And I think we've seen a story in the Los Angeles Times that raises serious questions about a particular retired captain. And I'm not a big fan of politicians, and I know they do interfere, but I think that the crime situation we have in Los Angeles is not the problem of the chief. He has to handle it. He has to deal with it. But we have a nation in turmoil right now across the board. And Los Angeles is one of the safest cities. And I just hope that as we sit down for Thanksgiving dinner and as we go into the new year, that we try to be a little bit more positive and supportive of those, regardless of where they come from and how much they're paid and your personal opinions. They're the ones that are willing to die for your sorry ass complaining. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, the next caller will be the last.
Okay, and our next speaker is Arnie Abramian.
Hi, good morning, Chief. Good morning, Commissioners. Arnie Abramian would like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
My name is Arnie Abramian. You might have heard a couple of civilian or stakeholders call in the past weeks complaining about the Foothill Division, and I was the individual that invited our captains, chief, and any other law enforcement officer to my coffee shop to have coffee with the cops. Now, I've provided my establishment to the LAPD for National Night Out. Multiple times I've cooked for the LAPD, I've participated, I've contributed, and I support LAPD, and I support Chief Moore, and I support our commission. It's not easy. Chief Moore was chief during, BLM riots, during COVID. I think the last time we had an issue in our city was during the Rodney King riots. And this isn't something you can train for. There isn't a workbook for it. There isn't some type of booklet for it. And, you have to kind of build an airplane in midair. So I applaud everybody that did their best. Now, saying that, I'm sure the chief had to fight for budgets, fight for his, team and his staff. And for other stakeholders to step in and say, you're not doing a good job without knowing all the facts is not fair to him and to LAPD. Now, I do believe that, LAPD, maybe the council, maybe the Senate on a federal level, we need to spend more money educating our youth, our children, our, privileged and unprivileged communities, because we had armed robberies at our establishment. And out of 4 individuals that were arrested, only 1 was prosecuted. So what's the message we're sending to the African-American, Latino communities? And these individuals were African-American that go to the crime, just don't get caught. And if you do, 1 out of 4 is going to get prosecuted. So that falls in perfectly with the 26% rate, because even if they're caught, they're not prosecuted. Now, the detectives that handled the case were very respectful, very protective of the witnesses. They even walked the witness to the car because she was shook up after she testified. This is a traumatic experience, and I'm on the ground floor. I own multiple businesses. We've had over 12 break-ins through this past year, and we haven't reported all of them because we don't want to take the resources from law enforcement anymore. And I know it's a statistics issue, but it's a population issue. It's the people issue. I think people need to wake up, and they're not committing white collar fraud anymore like they did during COVID days, getting unemployment and PPP loans and everything else. Now they're hungry. So we're going through a recession. They're going to come rob, break in. So I hope we all support our law enforcement and do what we can to educate our communities. Love you, respect you, and happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
And that's the end of our public comment period at this time. At this time, we're going to turn to item 3 on the agenda. I move that we adopt the recommendation of item 3 on the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we'll turn to the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that want any of these held out? Seeing none, I move that we adopt all of the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. This time, we're going to go to item 5A on the agenda, the budget. Can we have Ms. Unzicker, please?
Yeah, this one's down.
The video is out.
Good morning. My name is Trina Unzicker. I'm the commanding officer of Fiscal Group. I'm here this morning with a brief overview of the proposed budget for 2023-24.
Good morning. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. The primary goal of LAPD's proposed budget is to elevate public trust, improve public safety, and strengthen the services that the department will provide to every community in the city. We know that we have a lot of work to do to overcome back-to-back years of increases in violent crime. balance the needs of persons experiencing homelessness with community safety, and rebuild department staffing levels while experiencing higher attrition rates within our sworn and civilian workforce. The budget as proposed is an increase of 6.3% over the current year budget, or approximately $118.8 million. Much of this, approximately $105.5 million, is due to obligatory changes in salaries and expenses. This includes cost of living adjustments that were previously approved by the council for sworn and civilian employees, the salary costs associated with increased hiring plans, and requests to maintain or restored overtime at the same number of hours as the current fiscal year. The budget focuses on a number of priorities, the first of which is hiring. We're requesting to hire 780 sworn officers or 13 classes of 60 recruits for a June 2024 total of 9,523 officers. This is a number that balances the need to rebuild our sworn forces with existing recruitment and training capacity. We know that this will be a significant challenge given the recruiting difficulties that law enforcement agencies are experiencing across the country. So we believe that additional funds we've requested for marketing and advertising, diversity recruitment, and the continuation of hiring bonuses for sworn and civilian professionals will allow LAPD to remain competitive with surrounding law enforcement agencies. Another strategy the department proposes to employ is the recall program called Bounce, which is a plan to rehire up to 200 sworn personnel. If we're successful making these hires, we could end June of 2024 at 9,723 sworn officers. This is envisioned as an interim strategy to fill critical vacancies while the department recruits, hires, and trains new officers. Equally important is the need to rebuild our civilian staffing, which includes restoring specialized civilian positions that were lost as a part of the city's separation incentive program. We've included hiring incentives to offset attrition and promote local hiring. The proposed budget includes a hiring plan to fill 445 civilian vacancies, resulting in a June 2024 deployment of 2,862 civilians. A primary focus for civilian hiring is to fill all vacant police service representative, detention officer, property officer, and security officer positions. We expect that this hiring focus will improve 911 service levels and free up sworn personnel for field assignments. Beyond our staffing requests, LAPD's proposed budget priorities include the following: an increase of $35 million from the current year budget in sworn overtime to buy down officer banked overtime, which otherwise would be an unfunded liability for the city. We propose to continue the implementation of over 300 recommendations in the department's after action report implementation plan. The proposed budget addresses alternative response programs for mental health interventions and homelessness. For example, the call redirection to ensure suicide safety, or CRESS program, continues our partnership with the D.D. Hirsch Suicide Prevention Center and is a proven intervention program that directs individuals in crisis to a non-law enforcement provider who can connect an individual to services without police officer response. Overtime details will patrol within the vicinity of Abridge home shelter sites and will conduct outreach geared toward mental health assistance and addiction support services. We remain committed to youth program opportunities through a partnership with the LAUSD to support the Police Academy Magnet Schools, where officers work with credentialed LAUSD instructors to teach students about criminal justice and community service. We request funding and position authorities to support the city's efforts to host the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games, to develop long-term strategies for large-scale events leading up to those games. The department requests to continue the community engagement response team in the current year budget to further develop relationships with communities that have been historically underserved. Regarding technology support, the records management system will modernize and digitize our workflows and record keeping and will allow police officers to spend more time in the field. And we're asking to redesign an existing data entry system in compliance with the Racial Identity Profiling Act requirements to improve the department's public transparency by expediting the timely review of officers' actions. Our request addresses a much-needed purchasing program to restore our vehicle fleet after several attempts to do so have stalled, resulting in half of the fleet exceeding the replacement criteria based on age or mileage. We also propose to replace 2 helicopters to ensure the safety of Air Support Division's personnel and the public. Finally, the proposed budget includes critical facilities maintenance and repairs, such as replacement cameras, software systems, and increased video retention capacity at the Van Nuys Jail to address risk management issues, infrastructure to support electric bicycles, which will contribute to the mayor's goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and basic ongoing maintenance of department facilities, including painting, carpeting, replacement, and landscape maintenance. I'd just like to take a moment to say that none of this would be possible without the hardworking budget team at Fiscal Group. With me today are 4 of those team members: Officer in Charge Patricia Paterno, Dorothy Russo, Andre Brion, and in her second day on the job at Fiscal Group, our newest police administrator, Mara Legaspi. I'd also like to acknowledge Brian Taft, Commanding Officer of the Personnel Division, and his team for their many contributions to the budget. Finally, ITB is a valued subject matter expert, so I understand that we're joined by Chief John McMahon. We extend our appreciation to him and his staff for their contributions as well. This concludes my overview of the proposed budget, and we're ready for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Unzecker. At this time, I'm going to call Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you for that overview and presentation, and perhaps more importantly, thank you for the detailed amount of work that had to go in preparing for today. And I should note that the budget efforts are a year-round effort, that you're always working on the current budget and while you're preparing next year's budget and always trying to adjust. So your team is critical to the proper operation of the department and the city. So thank you all for your ongoing efforts. I do have a number of questions. First, I believe you said that the proposed budget is a 6.3% increase from last year's, but a number of the requested funding, the increase is due to obligations that have already been mandated by prior action by council, et cetera. What is the percentage of discretionary increase that's being requested here? If 6.3 is the total, if you take out the mandatory, the obligatory increases, what is the remaining percentage increase?
That percentage is 5.7.
5.7, thank you. Also, I saw in the materials that there is a request to bring on attorneys for the Board of Rights process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And how many attorneys are being requested there?
That's 5.
5. Okay, that is certainly relevant for the other matters we'll be hearing today, so thank you for that. With respect to the bounce program, and this may not be a question for the budget team, I just like to understand the process that you, if approved, you all anticipate being used to bring back officers. My concern, just let me target that a little more, relates to ensuring well-trained officers whose skills are not stale, and the general training process they'll be required to take before coming back on board. Chief, I'm not sure who on your team or whether it's you that can explain that.
For sake of expediency, I'll explain it. The recall, currently we're going to be surveying those that have retired within the last 12 months. and then looking forward to retirees that would occur over the next 6 to 7, 8 months. The prior time this was used was 2006 and 7, when an organization was attempting to build its resources. We recognize that reintegration training is a requirement if a person is out of the workplace more than 90 days. So this is best suited for those that are pending retirement or have recently retired. As a matter of numbers that have involved, last fiscal year, more than 630 of our personnel retired, sworn members within the fiscal year ending in July. This year, we're on pace to have about 550 personnel retire. So those are, between those two numbers, you can see there are ample opportunities. Should there be detectives, sergeants, and police officers. This is not a recall program that we intend to use at higher ranks for matters of succession planning and ensure that we're building for the future at those higher ranks. This is case carrying detectives, police officers, field supervisions, positions that will not interfere with others' upward mobility, if you will, while we're attempting to meet this moment where we're still more than 200 positions understaffed.
Understood. Thank you, Chief. And certainly that seems like a logical effort to address the gap that currently exists. So thank you. With respect to the recruitment practices and hiring 780 or budgeting to hire 780 recruits and including hiring bonuses and making it competitive, do you think 780, given our efforts this year that have not quite met our hiring goals, do you think that this is a realistic objective combined with the marketing efforts that you're also requesting?
Well, it's very much needed. You can see that these staffing numbers, even with 780 hired and 200 bounce personnel, we're just over 9,700 personnel. So this is a critical reach for us. It is a higher number that we've not attained in more than a decade. Last year, we attained 574 new hires, which was a 12 or 14-year high. So we definitely need the council to move on the hiring incentive that's before it to attract more qualified candidates. We definitely need to be more effective in our marketing and outreach and engagement, as well as in the time it takes to be hired. But we believe that establishing this goal, this high water point, needs to be done. Otherwise, we're going to be satisfied with a workforce that is too small for the demands of the city and the needs of the city.
Particularly in light of the upcoming Olympics, which is also accounted for here as well. Is that correct, Chief? And could you explain the efforts to prepare for the Olympics as
Sure, certainly.
noted in the budget?
Thank you. Yeah, so this is, as we know, LA 2028 is closely approaching. Paris, the Paris 24 occurs just 18 months away. And the amount of planning and coordination is critical for us to be successful. As for the LA 28 effort, engagement with that organization, the Chief of Police of Los Angeles Police Department is one of 3 belonging to the executive committee and overseeing the planning and the execution of the delivery of the Olympics and these World Games and the Paralympics. Critical to that is a formulation of plans, timelines, capacities to deal with one of the most complex events that will occur in this generation. We have previously asked for a small planning contingent that was deferred, and it was deferred to now this current upcoming budget year. It will be a commander and a small group of individuals who will be charged with performing model exercises of potential venues for awareness of our public safety partners, as well as other city departments and stakeholders as to what type of logistics, what type of organization and credentialing and so forth is going to be required to go about this multi-week event. That takes people. It takes full-time focused individuals that are not pulled in several different directions. Also, as we build that capacity, we know as a city that we have a number of other world events coming here, and such as the World Cup in 2026, the National College Football Championship this next January. These are all potential staging items of just demonstrating the nature of multidisciplinary, multi-agency coordinated efforts that involve these national security level type of events. These are events that do pose terrorist threats, both international threats as well as localized threats. And we need to make sure through proper planning and preparation. In 23 and into 24, particularly in the first half of 2024, it is anticipated that the department, as well as LA 28, as well as other partners in the Public Safety Coalition, will travel to Paris and to France to witness and see how their planning and execution actually has been done. We recognize we're there a year ago, that these were the aspirations, these are the things they want to do. Now it's envisioned that another 18 months later, we'll come in and see where they're at on the timeline. And then as the Olympics actually approach and are delivered, where are the gaps? What are the unforeseen challenges? When we look at, for instance, England, when they provided the World Games there, we recognize that their staffing of security positions were estimated to be a capability that could be privatized. But in reality, they fell well short of that, and they had to militarize the effort. We want to avoid those type of experiences here. We've had the benefit of more than nearly a 10-year run-up on this. We now think, and I'm asking for this commission to approve, and to the city council and the mayor for support to establish a small dedicated planning cell to begin what I believe will be a historic event for us as a city.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. I'd like to switch to the civilian staffing and the request for funding there for, I believe it was 435 positions. And I also believe in the presentation, given a number of priorities were set that included detention office, property officers, security officers. My question is twofold. One, if you could describe these gaps and their criticality at this moment in time. And by the way, for clarity, not that the positions are unimportant, I'm saying the criticality at this point in time to fill those positions. And secondly, whether this is part of the overall effort to civilianize positions or bring back civilians to positions currently being handled by officers, as we saw in a report, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, that was sent to council.
I'll address that question initially. We also have the commanding officer of the personnel division here, Brian Taft, who may be able to elaborate. But
thank you.
What we envision is a hiring plan of 445. We know that we're going to have potentially an attrition level of 288. And these classifications that we're focused on are in some cases ones that have been particularly hit hard by the separation incentive plan or the SIP. In some cases, these are positions that we've also lost, where we've lost the classification entirely in addition to the individual. And we also have this issue in other specialized classifications, for example, criminalist, laboratory technicians, forensic print specialists. So there is a need to get these positions back. Because they do have a skill that is not offered by a different classification with the city. So perhaps that addresses the criticality issue. And then in terms of whether this could release officers back to the field who are currently covering those types of duties, absolutely. It's our goal to try to achieve in both the sworn and the civilian hiring plan in order to be able to have as many officers redeployed to the field as possible who are currently covering civilian desks.
And that will help address some of the issues we saw in that report just a few weeks ago that went to council. Is that right?
Well,
okay. On RIPA, my question is if you could go into a little more detail on the database that you are seeking to get or develop, because as we've seen in prior reports before this commission, data is being collected. So I'd just like to understand a little more detail, what is being requested and how will that improve either the accuracy of the data or ability to get it faster into the field quicker? What is the value of what you're asking for in the budget to the overall RIPA program? What is the value, the added value that you're getting if you get this request?
So I'll just start. My understanding is that we have been collecting data, but there's a need to rebuild the database, in part because there are additional demands from RIPA that have changed over recent years, and where LAPD needs to be responsive and needs to ensure that that information is accurate. If we're joined by someone from ITV, is there additional detail that you can provide on the RIPA database?
I believe, and let me interject there. I believe this is coming out of Commander Flores' office and Captain Ramos. And to Commissioner Decker, the systems that we have today are at best capturing the counts and then associated percentages. Analytics and identifying outliers or simplifying using the logic of analysis that a programming can afford to simplify this presentation is what we're looking for. Using a vendor that can take the tens of thousands of these records and the frequencies and interactions and interplay between gender and ethnicity and underlying offenses and outcomes and putting it into a CompStat profile that more clearly identifies strengths and weaknesses in regards to our pursuits of what we're trying to attempt to achieve with the pretext policy is what this engagement would afford us. Because currently we just have volumes of statistics and it takes manual processes to identify outliers from, say, one command to another, for instance, on the frequency of vehicle stops involving equipment violations. And what is the breakdown and how do those lay across an operational command versus others? And that process is extremely hand calculated today. And so this is a relatively basic manner of going in and upgrading that with some basic computation tools that will simplify it for the 21 captains and 4 geographic bureau chiefs, and for that matter, for myself, for us to do. And we do look for this information also then to be public. We know that the data mart for the city has all this raw data out there, but what it doesn't have is the analysis. And that's subject to all types of varied interpretations that sometimes can be misinformed or misinforming.
Thank you,
Chief. Commissioner Dicker, I don't mean to interrupt, but Chief, your camera is off. I don't know if this Madam Secretary can help with that. Oh, there you go. There you go. Sorry, Commissioner Decker.
Now you're muted, Chief. There you go.
I got too many controls here. So my apologies. Yes.
It's all good. We heard your explanation, so thank you. And so it's for upgrading and fundamentally to achieve the goals that we've all set for RIPA data and ensuring it's made public and that captains in the field get accurate data and in a format that it can be evaluated. So, okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Briggs, those were my initial questions. I may have more after I hear my colleagues' questions as well, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobroff.
Sure. If everyone who is seeing this can look carefully at the desk of the budget folks, you will see books that are literally thousands of pages of detail dealing with each line item in this budget. Each line item in this budget is reviewed. Some there is no discretion over. If there's a contract and that contract needs to be filled, those line items will go through the budget. The commission itself doesn't just sit here on the day of the budget and say, okay, that's fine. The commission has had input into this budget, and Commissioner Briggs, Commissioner Decker, you can talk about the number of times and some of the things, and prioritizing areas that will not be funded, sometimes requesting prioritization of things that will be funded, and those are discussed and analyzed. Yeah, I'm going to vote for this budget, but I have a concern. Number one, that in spite of this budget, this department remains underfunded for technology and specific issues and items that protect the public and protect the officers. And many times that burden falls on the Los Angeles Police Foundation to help with. The other statement that I want to make is I look to the day when the line items that have to do with the issues of homelessness, mental illness, drugs, and other issues can be reduced. The problem that I see in looking at and having 20 some years experience in philanthropy. The good news is that Los Angeles has some of the greatest service providers in these areas in the world, hundreds of them. The bad news is they're underfunded, not underfunded by government, but underfunded by the citizens of Los Angeles who have opportunities instead of complaining, but to help these service providers provide services, homeless services, abuse services, drug services, rehab services, incarceration issues, etc. But every single one I look at of the hundreds in Los Angeles are underfunded. Underfunded. My hope is that people will start funding these service providers, and that these service providers will start getting government money, their grants available, etc. To where someday and someday soon that we can sit at one of these budget meetings and reduce these line items. I don't believe these line items are here because we want to be the one to deal with these issues. It's because we have to. And as long as we have to, we must be trained to do so. And even the finest trained officers in mental health services, in EMT services, etc., do not equal what professionals do. So I'm for this budget. I'm not for lowering the services. The idea of not having helicopters, when helicopters save lives every single day, when they are at the scene to help the officers de-escalate and arrive at situations. The idea of not having helicopters, the idea of having cars that are that cost twice as much a year to keep maintaining as it is to buy a new car is simply silly. So I congratulate you on this budget, line item by line item, thousands of pages by thousands of pages, and am supportive of it. And I look forward to the day when when some of those line items can be substantially reduced. But today isn't the day.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. A lot of questions have been already addressed, but I have a couple of follow-ups. One is, how are we prioritizing our mental health response in this budget? I think that's a really important aspect of the work moving forward. So that's one question. And then the second question is about the Olympics funding, just for my own understanding. It seems that a lot of money is going to be spent, and not just for LAPD, but just in general. How is the city moving forward going to compensate a lot of the department and others for securing, you know, the games and the city during this time? So that might be more of a.
I can handle that one.
Yes, thank you.
Let me address that. The coming year, the fiscal with calendar year 23, it is anticipated that we'll be working with our elected officials in our Congress for a funding grant to be issued for staffing. This is a cost neutral engagement for the city of Los Angeles. That's the commitment of LA 28. And we are looking at historic practices that has the government, the federal government, recognize the requirements of this, of the size of this event, its demands on local government, and the need for there to be funding resources that don't take away from local services. So that is our path going forward. That is our agreement with LA 28, and we have their support in this engagement as well. That this will be cost neutral. As to mental health, I will say that our challenge right now with the staffing with our mental health teams, SMART teams, is the number of clinicians that we can obtain services from Department of Mental Health. They are having, as we are, challenges in hiring new clinicians, qualified clinicians, and we currently have a deficit in that with our current fiscal year. But our plan here is that we want to continue to move on and further expand, as been stated here in earlier meetings. We're handling about 1/3 of mental health related calls with SMART resources, where we could, we are desirous of expanding that farther by what the LMU study showed, which is the community support, that this be a multidisciplinary team approach, neither law enforcement alone, nor alternative services or mental health counselors alone, that they best work together to ensure that what we see as a critical area is that, you know, the 60% of the time when you need a presence of an officer for the safety of the clinician and everyone else. And so that's where this is addressed. I will give it back to Ms. Unzinger. As I recall, there was a position in here that was caveated as to further expanding the SMART teams.
Yes, we do have a proposed expansion of the SMART teams, but yes, that does depend on the level of support that we can get from LA County. As the chief mentioned, when we did our research on the budget, we spoke with representatives of the county, and they are indeed experiencing the same issues that we are in terms of recruitment and retention. And so as they build their numbers, we will also be able to build our forces in a corresponding fashion. Assuming that that is going to be the case, we did include a request for that in the budget.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, specifically to the hiring of the clinicians? So we create our SMART teams or our response units based on the availability of the clinicians. The clinicians are hired by, I'm assuming, DMH, right?
Yes. That's correct.
Okay, has there been any conversation about them providing the department with the funds? So that we, Chief, were you going to respond to that?
Oh, I think my concern would be the optics of that it would be viewed as a department is continuing to harvest resources away from from mental health resources that are critically needed. Now, again, if we were given the ability to hire mental health clinicians, it would need some overhead to deal with that area of specialty. But we believe that there is a mental health clinician crisis as far as hiring sufficient numbers. I don't know that inheriting that would help in that scenario, but certainly we'd be open to it. But I've not sensed any will of anyone to shift those resources to the department and to ensure that those mental health clinician disciplines are bolstered. In fact, it's quite there's a lot of opposition to that.
Just curious. Okay. And then back to the Olympics. So these positions that you're requesting now, are those going to be covered in the future with future grants, or are these going to remain in our budget? And then everything else would be like a neutral cost to the department.
Ms. Sunziger, can you address reimbursed costs and how this would, initially, this is on the city's dime, if you will, but the effort simultaneously is to get reimbursement as we do with grants and other sources.
That's correct. So these in particular are going to have a focus on, for example, other major events that are going to be leading up to those 2028 games. There's the 2024 presidential election, for example, the 2026 World Cup. And so part of the focus is going to be performing after action reporting and implementing recommendations along the way with those other major events. We do seek reimbursement for the major events for which we front load funds. And in particular, there will be a focus on these types of major events to develop a template in conjunction with the city administrative officer to ensure that not only are we getting reimbursed for direct costs like salary, overtime, expenses, but also that we're returning indirect costs, related costs back to the city as well. So that will be part of the goal of having this dedicated strategic planning team in place.
Commissioner, let me ask the chief a question that is right in line with what you're talking about right now regarding the Olympic Games and some of these other issues. Chief, do you see leading up to the Olympic Games and after the Olympic Games, the providing to Los Angeles and to our department technology and other resources that will last beyond the games and that will save us money before the games, and that we would, if the games were not here, have had to buy them anyway?
Absolutely. I'm in regular conversations with Chief Crawley and with Ms. Carol Parks at the Emergency Management Department. We know that this is going to be a test, if you will. But we also see it as an opportunity to build capacity for the types of events that this city has on an ongoing basis. And there's two areas of concern: situational awareness and management of mass resources and complex events, and how we can take advantage of modern systems today. We are still very much a paper-based system when it comes to managing hundreds and hundreds of personnel over various areas of the city. And we see, and we've recognized that in prior engagements involving the Olympics in the United States, is that what's come from it, and even in our international partners, is that they build a capacity that's supported by the Olympic engagement. It's a necessity, but it also leaves behind critical infrastructure. Now, in many cities, that's critical infrastructure that's built to house the Olympic Games. Here in Los Angeles, we have the benefit of largely having the infrastructure already installed. But what we don't have is some of the technology of managing these large-scale events. For instance, things that we saw in Paris and in France regarding how they manage today these complex areas is an area that we're pursuing as an acquisition, if you will, as a result of the Olympic Committee's support.
Then, I mean, just to comment on that, yes, I agree. But de facto, we'll have to then take on the cost of, future replacement and maintenance of whatever is left, right? So just want to throw that out there.
No, it's a fair point, absolutely. And at the same time, the efficiencies, we will manage that. That will be, obviously, we can't afford to buy some type of complex, unique, unimaginable set of circumstance that has places a burden on the city to maintain going forward.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. First is with regard to the 780 recruits, what's the cost associated with that, and how does the city and the department or the department handle what you might call the salary savings if you don't hit those numbers?
The salary savings we can address through any of our financial status reports. If we don't hit the numbers, that amount can be used in other accounts. And I believe you had a question about what the cost would be of the hiring plan above attrition. I believe that's $4.1 million.
Now, my question was, and maybe it's one and the same, but the question was if I understood you're budgeting to hire 780 recruits, and I was wondering what's the cost of 780 recruits?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the expenses to hire those recruits is 6.5 million.
But that includes all the salaries, everything, that the full unit cost of each of those 780 recruits?
Okay, so the sworn, we don't have a number that separates out bounce, but the number for the sworn salaries account is 36.3 million.
And then coming back to the other question, that has been the historical practice. So the department has had the 97 or so hundred approved positions and has been somewhat, far short of that. So there's been some reallocation of resources that have been made available by not having those positions filled.
Well, there's two ways that you can reallocate the resources. One would be by mayor and council approval, shifting it into different accounts. The other is that not all of the funds that are available for recruit hiring are in the LAPD budget. There is a set aside in the unappropriated balance that we can request if we're able to achieve those numbers. And if we see progress toward that number, we would make that request in the current year budget. In this case, we would be requesting the funds entirely for the LAPD budget. And I just wanted to clarify a number that I gave out earlier. The $37.3 million is the increase between 2022-23, which is the current fiscal year, and our ask for the next fiscal year in the sworn salaries account.
And is any of that information, I don't want to take up all the time here today, but is that information included in the 700 something pages that we have available to us, or is it something I need to come and talk?
Yes, it is. There is a proposed budget summary document that will show you the changes that we're requesting between the current year budget and the proposed budget.
Okay, and then also going back to the salary savings, what has been the historic, say the last couple of years, as we've been far below the approved numbers, have those resources been reallocated to other uses?
Yes, they've been reallocated through, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can address that. The CAO anticipates these shortfalls, monitors us closely. For instance, we started in a deficit position this year on our sworn and civilian hiring accounts, as far as the amount of funding that was there, and the city council set aside into the unappropriated balance anything above 600, I think 40 officers, not believing that pessimistic and not understanding whether or not we'd actually reach that. So the city tries to balance its budget across the entire enterprise of this billions of dollars. The accounting maneuvers of anticipating and forecasting revenue savings is well cooked into the process. The department very seldom has any substantial amount of funding in excess because of a hiring shortage or so forth. Generally, we're making up for differences with, for instance, agreed upon labor agreements that have bonuses or have college tuition credits or some other type of increase in benefits. The departments are generally asked to find strategies in which to absorb those costs rather than a surplus position. Now, this last fiscal year, that was different in that there was such a hiring freeze across many agencies. And so there was, on the macro scale, city departments that gave back to the CAO's office unused funds. But for the most part, this year, for instance, we, in both our salary accounts and overall, we have deficits. So even though we have a shortfall of personnel with this, it has not created a fund, if you will, of millions of dollars that we can reallocate into other services.
So just before I leave this, quickly going back to your question that Commissioner Decker was asking about whether the 780 was optimistic. do you wait until till after the fact to determine how far short of that number you may be before you then determine whether any resources are available to be reallocated, or is there any way to predetermine how those resources will be used in the event you don't hit those numbers?
So it's a living document. The budgetary process, as Commissioner Soboroff indicated, is not something that happens once a year. It's a daily, weekly, monthly engagement to balance all the competing factors of running an organization this size. What this budget will go before you and hopefully gain your support, and we'll send it to the mayor. And then the mayor will have his office, and working with the CAO will have the next essentially 5 months to look at patterns and trends of what the department's experiencing, as well as what the city experiences on its economics and needs and demands, and what the new administration may ask of the city. And then it'll produce a blue book, or their mayor's proposed budget. That'll be in April, and then that'll go before the council in May, and then June will be the final adoption. All along the way, there are opportunities to check in and say, okay, chief, how is the plan going? How is your hiring going? What are you attaining for what's in the pipeline, and can you meet these numbers? And then simultaneously, we'll look at the attrition numbers. These are the macro moves here, where, as I said, in the last 2 years, we've had well above our anticipated retirements on both sworn and civilian. I'm hopeful that that trend is going to stop and recede, and that we can perhaps gain some ground in our staffing numbers by not losing as many personnel as we're losing to what I consider early retirements. So this is a living process that we'll look and continue to make adjustments so that when the mayor's budget is out, there'll be discussions with the mayor's office that'll follow in the next few months, that they may make additional tweaks or adjustments to. I fully expect that with the new mayor. And then with the April Blue Book, we'll have conversations with Budget and Finance and with City Council, and each of them will, I'm sure, also have input as far as what is finally adopted by the full council with the concurrence of the mayor in June. All these things are living, they continue to exist, and we'll make modifications here or there. But the big theme here that I want to stress for this budget is that the staffing restorations, both in our sworn and civilian professional classes, are critical. The staffing arrangements in our civilian staffing are critical to improve 911 service times, to free up officers who are working in uniform positions at City Hall and that security officers can do, to free up officers that are working in our jail system that custody services officers could do. And gaining support in those areas are going to improve public safety in Los Angeles. And these numbers are ambitious, but we need to strive to achieve them. We need to strive to achieve employment practices and wages and incentives and an atmosphere that attracts and retains these professional civilian classes. The sworn matter, same way. We need to get over this, get through this period of improving our hire times, improving the incentives to become a member of this organization, and retain our personnel so that we can begin to rebuild a workforce that will result in safer streets, that will result in faster response times, that will result also in our ability to work with our other partners in public safety, including our outreach workers and alternative resources to go out and provide alternatives to an LA police officer's response. Now, one last thing, otherwise Chief McMahon will certainly remind me of this. Lastly, and also Chief Choi, the equipment requests here and the technology requests are as much a part of the public safety solution as our personnel. And while much smaller in scale, our vehicle fleet, half of it is beyond its useful life. Officers are working in work conditions with these vehicles with 10 years or 120,000 plus miles in there, and that's their office. The out of service rates on those, the equipment repair rates make it untenable. And frankly, we know how we got there. In the last 5 years, the department typically has a 3-year vehicle replacement plan. For the last 5 years, we've only purchased 1/3 of the vehicles necessary. This budget invests in our officers, invests in the vehicles that will improve their work conditions, but also reduce out of service levels and ensure that we have available black and whites for deployment and patrol. The 2 helicopters are, people may say, why are you adding helicopters? We're not adding helicopters. The out of service, vehicles have vehicles, all vehicles, airplanes and others have service life. This is a standard replacement process so that we don't grow the fleet, but that we maintain the fleet. On technology, and I'll close. We still have far too many systems that are legacy systems that are out of date and that are no longer reflective of what current technology can provide for. Much of what you see in your budget, though, proposal before you, is not building the next generation as much as it's maintaining the existing one, including licenses and the necessary hardware to ensure that we don't fall ourselves into a cyber extortion or some type of security breach that puts the city into a paralysis as far as its workforce. So I'm asking for the investment as you look at these areas, that is personnel. It's an opportunity, it's a need, it's a desire for us to continue to invest in us to restore coming out of the pandemic. Equipment and technology, though, will also help improve the efficiencies and improve the service levels of the city and this by this department.
Thank you. Ms. Unzicker, my last question somewhat relates to the next agenda item, but since it's a budget question and I don't believe you're going to be with us, I'll just go ahead and ask it now. You mentioned that the proposal includes 5 attorneys for the Board of Rights process. The question kind of is, how do you get to 5? What kind of support does that provide? And also, is there anything else in here that relates to any of the other elements of the recommendations that we're going to hear, namely like some additional examiner training or any resources along those lines?
So we do have some specialized classifications that may assist with the work that the attorneys are doing. It's my understanding that there are some entry-level positions that are being requested in addition to senior level city attorneys. I would note that this would be a new classification, which would be a police city attorney. And so we'll need to work with our personnel division and the personnel department to ensure that those classifications will be available when they're needed. But it's my understanding that this is an important resource to the department to be able to be responsive in board situations, to understand how the department works and understand how sworn officers operate within LAPD. There needs to be a level of understanding that we currently don't have in some situations with either outside city attorneys or with the city attorney staff who don't have that level of specialization.
Yeah, and in fact, that was maybe we'll get to that in the next item, but that's the other question. Just generally speaking, when you're setting up a new classification, that can sometimes be a lengthy process. If you're using existing classification, that's sometimes easier, but a new classification, if I understood you correctly, is what you would be setting up here. So do you anticipate that even if it's approved, that those resources will be available, in the foreseeable future, or how long would you expect?
I anticipate that it's a priority of the department. And so we're already beginning to look at how to expedite that process to the extent that we can.
And Commissioner, it's actually a mid-year effort that we're doing today. I've had conversations with City Attorney Fuhrer and with City Attorney-elect as to this being a priority and an effort to move forward, given we believe not just the Inspector General's report, but just our own experience, that we believe this is a longstanding desire to establish an attorney in an advocate's position as these tribunals go on. And so it's in the 5, the number is estimated. If we look at the next report, which I know we're not discussing here, but if you look at staffing levels there, it is not the full complement of what works in the advocate's position. It is an estimation of what would largely take directed boards and some opted boards and would be able to handle they'd be the number 1 chair, if you will, and we will of course evaluate that for savings, personnel savings, any cost savings if possible, but also the right fit to ensure that the right number is there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Ms. Unzecker and all the budget team, I want to thank you for their tremendous work you've put into this. I know I've been in a couple of the sessions and seen all of the work that has gone into this. However, like Commissioner Soboroff, I feel compelled to express some concerns. And I'll start with the number of personnel. The goal of this budget is to at least get to, as I understand it, 9,700 sworn officers. Last year, when the department presented its budget to us, we did a reach. We went for 9,800 officers. So in my opinion, we're taking a step backwards. But even with the 9,700 officer goal, and that this budget is requesting, as I understand, is 780 officers be hired. If we have or anticipate that within that time frame, 550 officers will retire, if I heard that right. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, if that is the number, then it would seem to me to get to the 9,700 goal, since we are currently sitting at 9,200 officers, we need to hire 1,028 officers to get to 9,700. And so to suggest that 780 is going to get us to 9,700, I just don't see it. And it's still a far way off from where we were last year. So it looks like we're taking steps backwards. And by the way, if the trajectory of the attrition rate continues at that projected level, and we only hire, and I think all the past classes have not exceeded 30, and I'm sure the chief will correct me if I'm wrong, but if we take that number and project it out, we're not going to achieve the numbers that we want. So I'm somewhat disappointed with the number of sworn that we have budgeted here, because I think we're going to have a shortfall. I think that our city, as you pointed out, we're going to be having some really national and world events. We're going to have a national election in 2024, and extra security is certainly going to be required for that. In 2026, we're going to have the world come together here for the World Cup, as they're currently doing elsewhere in the world right now, as we're holding this meeting. And then in 2028, we're going to have the world come back to Los Angeles for the Olympics. I am extremely concerned that we simply will not have the resources to meet the task that we're going to be faced with if these are the current numbers that we're talking about and they persist. Look, I know that we're in challenging economic times. I know that, resources are needed elsewhere in the city, as Commissioner Soboroff pointed out, because there's a lot of concerns in our city, starting with homelessness. How do we address that? Starting with mental health services. How do we address that? Starting with, feeding children who are going to school and all the other programs that are well deserving. But I still believe that it is bedrock in our city that we provide for the safety of every single citizen in this city. And I'm extremely concerned that if the recent past is prologue, that the numbers that we're putting forth with city council, even though it looks ambitious on paper, we as a city may not be able to have the resources of public safety that we need to meet the challenges that we can see coming down clearly that will be present. I'm obviously going to support this. I've been to a lot of those divisions where the equipment, some of the computer equipment, Chief, I just hate to say this, I would barely use as a doorstop. I mean, the equipment is old. It needs to be replaced. The cars are falling apart. They need to be replaced. I've seen some of the helicopters that, you know, are being patched together currently. So I would urge the city leaders, when they do consider this budget, the new mayor coming in, the city council, to carefully consider all of these factors. Because these are lives that we're talking about when we're looking at the numbers here today. And those are lives of the citizens of our city that we want to keep safe, as well as lives of people who visit our city. Chief, I see you wanted to say something.
Well, I might just respond. I mean, a couple points. Thank you for your ardent support of rebuilding and adding to this department, its staffing, its equipment, its technology. Your advocacy is critical and welcome. The numbers that you have before you, the budget you have before you, is a measured effort to rebuild, to improve the efficiencies and effectiveness of the organization within, with our professional opinion about what's realistic, ambitious, but yet realistic to anticipate. Let's take on the construct of 90, the amount of the numbers that you worked. The number you left out to why we believe we can reach over 9,700 is the 200 balance, 200 recalls. The numbers of 780 in concert with the expected attrition would not get us to 9,700. Gets us to 9,500, 9,500 and some change. It's the 200 that we would recall. And the flexibility of this is that we're bringing two notions in. A, hire to capacity. Secondly, reduce attrition, because the amount of air going out of the balloon is also a challenge with us. We've lost more than 260 people above attrition over the last 2 years, above what it'd be typical. And our staffing levels would be that much more improved had we not seen the number of added officers decide to leave this department early. So from a morale standpoint, it's important that they have a workplace that they feel it respects them, provides them with technology and training and the expectations that they can succeed. And those are things that this budget supports also. So the recall coupled with ambitious hiring, as well as hiring incentives during a difficult job market and a changing economy, sets the stage for us to make this recovery and land on this budget. Now, we have the capacity. It would take a reworking of the academy, but we could go beyond 780. That's not before you today, because we're not hiring. As you said, we've hired about 50 to 60% of what we hope to hire this year in these last few classes. We have had classes higher than 30. We had a high, but the high point has been 45. Our ambition was to run a class of 60 for every 4 weeks, and we're falling short of that, which is why we continue to have conversation, why it's important that a critical issue, in my view, moving forward into 2023, is us to address and be more effective in the hiring of qualified individuals, retention of a qualified workforce, and support of our people so that we can go out and provide the critical services that are out there. But I will also say, in fairness to the administrations, to Mayor Garcetti, to this council, that this has been a very difficult 3 years. 3 years ago to today, this city was in a much different position fiscally. And it went through an economic recession that was unmatched in its history. And not just this department, but every resource was downsized and reduced in workforce, reduction and deferring of maintenance and equipment. We're not alone in this area, but we do believe that this is a budget that properly invests in restoration of equipment and technology and resources that's critically needed as we build in this decade to these world events. And we strive to build the trust and engagement that a well-trained, well-equipped, and well-staffed organization we know can achieve. So I appreciate I don't take that as criticism. We recognize I want to convey that we are being ambitious, but we're also working that with an eye towards being fiscally responsible and also predictive. But I welcome a council and a mayor and others that would support even higher levels of hiring and even higher levels of rebuilding a workforce. that would allow us to restore critical services that have been curtailed or eliminated throughout the organization.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Decker, did you have any further to add at this point?
No, thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Then I move that we approve the recommendations of the department with regard to the budget and transmit it to the mayor and the CAO. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Thank you.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. At this time, we're going to bring items 5B, C, and D before us. We're going to have a joint presentation since they all relate to the same thing, essentially, the Board of Rights. There we go. Okay. I'm going to start with the Inspector General. Are we all here?
I believe so. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Happy to get us started with this sort of joint discussion. I want to begin by first of all saying hello to all the attendees on the call today. Good morning, Commissioners. Joining me today is Acting Assistant Inspector General David Andrews and Police Special Investigator Jaime Arevalo. The OIG had many staff members that worked on this report from both our complaint section and our audit sections, and I want to thank all of them for their hard work on this substantive report. Mr. Andrews and Mr. Arevalo will be present to assist with answering questions after I intend to give a brief summary of what our OIG report says. The report contains a lot of background information relevant to the Board of Rights. The Commission, I believe, is familiar with this information, and so in discussing the report, I may use terms without explaining every one of them. If you need me to ever circle back and discuss in terms of more detail, I can certainly do that. They are included in our report, but I'm not sure it's necessary to go through them all today. In May of last year, the OIG completed a report on border rights data looking at June 2019, which was just after the implementation of the city ordinance that first allowed for all civilian border rights panels, through December 2020. The data we looked at included the border rights panel composition, directed versus opted boards, types and dispositions of specific allegations, and penalties in cases where there are findings of guilt. This report today adds data for 2021 and also provides data dating back to 2016 to allow for comparisons over a roughly 6-year period. I'll talk a little bit more about what the data showed toward the end of this presentation. In addition to the updated statistical overview, our report that we're presenting to you today involved a qualitative assessment of a sample of 21 completed boards of rights between September 2019 and December 2021. That's roughly 1/4 of all the boards of rights that were completed during that time span. Our staff attended and observed 12 boards of rights in person and reviewed full transcripts from 9 additional boards of rights hearings. We sought to identify areas where the board of rights system could be improved in furtherance of balancing the due process rights of officers who are facing discipline with the need for effective accountability whenever officers have engaged in misconduct. Our focus was on the procedural efficiency of the Board of Rights hearings, adherence to applicable rules as set forth in the Board of Rights manual, differences in the evidence presented to a Board of Rights panel when being compared with information about the underlying misconduct that was relied on by the chief in issuing discipline, and whether the rationales justifying Board of Rights adjudications were supported by the evidence presented during the hearing. Our staff also spoke in detail with the department's advocate section and other members of the Professional Standards Bureau who have heavy experience in Board of Rights proceedings, as well as with some of the private attorneys who most frequently represent accused officers in Board of Rights hearings to understand their perspectives on this process, which is adversarial in nature. And so we wanted to hear from both of those sides as well. Our in-depth review of these Board of Rights cases led to a number of observations that we detailed in our report. And again, I'll try to summarize some of them here for you now. Some of the observations are about the Board of Rights really at the case level. For instance, some panels at a Board of Rights found an officer not guilty of one or more charges of misconduct that had been sustained by the chief of police, based substantially on the testimony of subject matter experts called by the accused officer. Often, testimony such as this was not part of the administrative investigation that led the chief to sustain misconduct in the first place and to issue discipline against the accused officer. Some Board of Rights panels that did reach a guilty finding on at least one count that was charged against the accused officer still reduced the penalty arrived at by the chief based substantially on the testimony of character witnesses. These character witnesses were commonly other department members who might speak favorably about an accused officer's value to the department or highlight that an officer's misconduct was an isolated aberration in terms of their normal behavior. In 10 directed boards of rights that OIG staff spent some extra time analyzing, and in other words, that's 10 cases out of our sample in which the chief sought to terminate the accused officer's employment. The types of testimony that I mentioned a moment ago helped lead to 7 of those officers being returned to the department with a penalty less severe than termination, which is what the chief sought. OIG staff also observed that when a licensed attorney represented an accused officers, as was the case in 19 of the 21 cases that we reviewed, those attorneys often exhibited superior litigative skills compared to their non-attorney department counterparts. Sometimes this may have indeed impacted the course of these quasi-judicial Board of Rights hearings. It's particularly so as the hearings have seemed to grow more litigious and more focused on motions, briefings, and admissibility of evidence currently than more so than they have in the past. We noted that continuances in the Board of Rights proceedings occasionally delayed the completion of a hearing. That occurred in 6 of the 21 cases that we reviewed. Any delays are not ideal. Sometimes they're unavoidable, but any delays are not ideal given the consequential nature of these boards to the accused officer, to the department, and to the public. And we also saw in an isolated instance, and I do believe that's an appropriate way to frame it, one Board of Rights panel that extensively praised an accused officer on the record in a manner that raised concern about avoiding any actual and or perceived partiality towards one side. Beyond those more granular observations, the OIG also reached some more systemic conclusions about the Board of Rights process in general. To start, it's our opinion that a well-functioning police department is one that will effectively police itself, including via the imposition of fair and appropriate discipline when warranted. The present Board of Rights system at the LAPD allows for the chief's disciplinary decisions to be entirely vacated with no opportunity for any recourse. This is true even with respect to cases that have been adjudicated by this commission, which is the head of the department, and deemed by the commission to involve one or more violations of department policy. Concern about this particular aspect of the Board of Rights may be the greatest when it comes to directed boards, as I mentioned before, in which the chief has sought to terminate an officer due to egregious misconduct. If the Board of Rights panel disagrees and issues some lower penalty instead, the chief is forced to retain an employee who the chief previously determined was unfit for this department. It puts the chief in a very difficult position. This is even the case if the conduct that led to the directed board is of a type that could effectively prevent the accused employee from performing some of the very basic responsibilities of a peace officer, for instance, testifying at trial. We observed that boards of rights are de novo hearings, and that's required by city charter, even though they necessarily take place only after the department has conducted an investigation into the alleged misconduct at issue, during which the accused officer is entitled to legal representation. The investigation must have been reviewed at multiple levels of the department, including by the chief in cases of sustained misconduct. The accused officer must have been afforded a right to meet with the chief to respond to any of the allegations. And in the case of categorical uses of force, the Use of Force Review Board, the Office of the Inspector General, and this police commission have all reviewed the conduct of the subject officer to determine whether they committed any misconduct. As referenced earlier, the de novo nature of Board of Rights hearings may detract from a department's ability to police itself, as its internal findings can essentially be discounted anytime a Board of Rights hearing is initiated. We observed that Board of Rights hearings ought to be more publicly transparent. The department serves the public, and as such, its operations should be conducted in furtherance of the public's interests. I think the public may have a substantial interest in knowing, for instance, why an officer who the chief sought to terminate for their misconduct was returned to duty against the chief's desires by a Board of Rights. Our report also notes the importance of robust and comprehensive training for all hearing examiners who may serve on a Board of Rights panel, given their critical and consequential role in the department's overall discipline process, as well as the value that may be found in having objective legal guidance available during all Board of Rights hearings to help ensure that any unforeseen procedural questions are answered appropriately, much akin to what this commission has available to it whenever it adjudicates a categorical use of force case. Based on our staff's observation and analysis of the Board of Rights system, we reached the following specific recommendations for actions that we feel the department can be directed to take by this commission, which would improve the system by making it more balanced and fair. Engage attorneys to represent the department's position in Board of Rights hearings. Whether this be done for a particular subset of cases, more broadly, or simply on a case-by-case basis, all of it would help address the imbalance which we feel currently exists in most Board of Rights cases, where one side of the adversarial hearing is represented by an attorney while the other is not. Number two, ensure sufficient resources are devoted to advocate section. The staff members that make up that section play a critical role in furtherance of the department's ability to police itself effectively, which I've cited a couple times already. Given indications that the number of Board of Rights cases may be on the rise, it is important to ensure that advocate section is supplied with the resources it needs to keep pace and to not be spread so thin as to begin to impact the performance of its duties in any single case, all of which are important. Number three, keep the Board of Rights manual up to date. In addition to the manual updates that are being presented to this commission today as part of this sort of joint item discussion, we feel the manual should be reviewed on a recurring basis to ensure that it is continuously kept current and reliable as a useful resource for all stakeholders in the Board of Rights process. It was allowed to get out of date for far too long, and I think putting in a procedure to make sure that doesn't happen again, it would be advisable. I mentioned the statistical portion of our Board of Rights report earlier on. I want to briefly highlight a few of the data points that we gathered. In 2020 and 2021, which were the first 2 full years when all civilian Board of Rights panels were an option for accused officers, they made up 71% and 88% of all completed Boards of Rights, respectively. The number of Board of Rights cases resulting in no penalty or a lesser penalty than that issued by the Chief of Police has been on a steady rise since 2018, from 51% to 55% to 62%, and in 2021, 76%. In looking at all Board of Rights hearings that were closed from 2016 through 2021, those closed prior to Measure C's implementation resulted in no penalty or lesser penalty 55% of the time, while those closed after Measure C's implementation had such results 69% of the time. And of the 90 Board of Rights hearings held between the implementation of Measure C and the end of 2021, traditional panels reached a lesser penalty than that issued by the Chief of Police, or no penalty at all, in half of cases, whereas all civilian panels did so in 77% of cases. I know all this was fairly dense information. I know our report was lengthy and dense as well. Both the statistical data and our qualitative review are really intended to be informative about how the Board of Rights process has been operating. Our report points out some systemic concerns with the process and includes some specific recommendations of what we believe the department can do at present to improve it. That concludes the hopefully brief summary of this lengthy report. But as I mentioned, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Arevalo are present to assist me in trying to answer any questions you might have. I do recognize that there are additional topics related to this that are ready to go as well.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector General. So for commissioners that have questions for the Inspector General and Mr. Andrews, I would ask that they keep them brief since we have others on the panel that we need discussion. Recognizing that, Commissioner Sobroff, you have your mic open.
Sure, this will be brief. Am I correct in that the 2 years before the council could reevaluate the situation has passed?
Yes, you are correct.
If in the experience operating under the current situation, if all officers were to choose one of the two options, would it be fair to think, or am I being biased in thinking, that something's wrong? That because to me, this was created where there would be a viable option, and viable options would be some people would select it and some people would select the other option. And it seems like if in practice everyone was selecting one of the two options, that there needs to be some balance. Is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't want to sort of hazard an opinion or statement on whether or why officers should choose one or how many times they should choose one versus the other. I rather can just report to this commission the statistics on which type of board officers are choosing. And as I mentioned, in the last 2 years, those percentages were indeed high, in the high 70s and low 80s. One other thing I want to correct and just make sure I give you a full answer, Commissioner Sobroff, to your first question with regard to the 2-year sort of evaluation period. In the legislation that put in place the all civilian boards, it was included that the section shall not be repealed for at least 2 years after its adoption. And yes, as you asked, that has expired. At the end of the 2-year period, the department shall submit a report to City Council evaluating the effectiveness of the ordinance. That's the language that I believe you're referencing.
Okay, so last point. You're basically stating that between 70 and 80% are choosing the one direction, which is all civilian. Where am I getting information that it's higher recently than 90%? Almost close to 100% are choosing an all civilian. Is that incorrect information?
Our information that I have is through 2021, which are the numbers I reported. I do not have more recent information for you today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions at this time, or do you want to wait until all the presentations have been made?
I'm good either way. So yeah, whatever you think is appropriate.
So let's wait until all the presentations are made. Okay. Chief Rimkunis, are you prepared to go ahead and present on your topic?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioner Briggs, Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Sobroff, Commissioner Clancy, Chief Moore, Commissioner Bonner, Mr. Tiefenk, Inspector General Smith, and Carlos De La Guerra. We do have some answers to some of the questions that were proposed, so I can hold off and present our Board of Rights Manual update. But prior to getting into the revisions of the Board of Rights Manual, I do have to give thank yous to Commissioner Decker, Mr. Tiefenk, Inspector General Mark Smith, the Los Angeles Police Protective League, and Detective Mark Furness. All have been working tirelessly on these revisions since 2020. Jet, can you bring up our PowerPoint? We do have a PowerPoint, but I do want to mention the department's Board of Rights Manual sets forth the rules and procedures governing the conduct of Board of Rights hearings under LA City Charter 1070. The new Board of Rights Manual incorporates numerous changes that implement the best measures for accountability, transparency, and fairness operating under LA City Charter 1070. We have a brief PowerPoint. I'd like to turn the PowerPoint over to Detective Furness, who was very instrumental in the revisions that I believe have made this Border Rights Manual fair, equitable, and increased transparency within the department and to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And briefly to address Commissioner Soberoff's question, for 2022, yes, it is 100% of the time that officers are electing for the civilian, the 3 civilian alternative to the board. The only time we're still seeing sworn boards is when the officer fails to come in and select a board within the time limit, and it becomes a chief's pick at that time, at which time Chief Moore would randomly pick the names. Those are the only times we're seeing sworn boards in 2022. Onto the Border Rights Manual update, and this is just an update of the 2005 manual that we started some time ago, and obviously OIG Mark Smith took the lead in actually rewriting, and it went through the meet and confer process. The main things that we updated were the first necessary thing was to update all the information regarding all civilian hearing examiner options. Previously, of course, the board manual just talked about the sworn members and the 1 civilian that were available, and all the procedures therein of how to pick or how to remove those members. And of course, we added the language for the all civilians, and with that, that changed some of the limitations. By charter, unless an officer waives time, all boards must start on no later than 30 days from the time the board was picked. When with the sworn board, the day that the board was picked was the day the officer literally comes in and selects a board and fills out the paperwork. That's not the case with all civilians, because it takes longer for us to get the 9 names from the commission, to meet with the attorneys, to strike back and forth until we have 3 board members. So all that was added to the board manual to explain basically when those time limits start, as far as the civilians and all the procedures therein. In addition, there were some things we asked for regarding the penalty phase. And what was added into the penalty phase was what we've been talking about briefly here in some of the prior conversations regarding possible Brady issues when officers have been found guilty of, say, false statements. Although we always bring in risk managers in that case to talk about the concerns about keeping an officer who's possibly a Brady issue, in our opinion, that they're essentially unable to perform the job functions if they can no longer have police contact. If they do become a Brady issue, unfortunately, some of the civilian board members have, quite frankly, said, well, that's not their problem, and they keep the individual anyway. And now we have an officer who effectively is going to work a kit room for the rest of their career. So added to this Border Rights Manual is a section where in the penalty, they must explicitly explain in their rationale that why they are, how this officer is still able to perform their essential functions of a police officer should they decide to keep them. And of course, that would be for directed boards, not opted boards. And it also, we added some language prohibiting the hearing examiners from nullifying department policy they don't agree with. And we've had a lot of pushback from this various civilians, some of which have law degrees and are attorneys, but a lot of are not. We have real estate agents and architects and whatnot on these boards. So some of them have been putting a lot of their personal opinion into it. By way of example, we've had a couple boards recently where they basically told us that they don't believe in the term unbecoming conduct. And they told the department, if we can't show them a policy or procedure that was violated, they won't find guilt. And of course, that's unheard of. Unbecoming conduct is designed to cover all the types of misconduct that don't specifically have a policy or procedure. And with those boards, we try to give them the actual manual sections defining unbecoming conduct. The board refused to accept it. Hence, that's why that language was put in there saying, even if they don't agree with the policy, they still have to abide by policy. We put a lot of language in regarding continuances. And we heard earlier about OIG Smith talked about continuances and the delays in boards. We're seeing a lot of problems, especially with the defense routinely requesting delays, continuances, spreading out boards or postponing boards. Sometimes it could be necessity, they're conflicting schedules, but oftentimes it's seen as a tactic to delay the board, which makes it harder for us to have witnesses available as we go on due to lack of witness availability, because unfortunately they become disinterested, or they're sworn they could retire, resign, move out of state. A lot of these boards, these continuance requests are made over and over and over again, delaying the board for months, if not years. So we added the language, although there was already an ability in the 2005 manual to grant a continuance under good cause. There is no definition of what good cause is. So that's what was added to this manual, what good cause is, meaning if the accused is sick day, sick days or natural catastrophes or unforeseen childcare problems, these would all be definitions of good cause. But attorney scheduling conflicts or not having a specific witness available, these are not definitions of good cause. So that language is also added. And at our request, they also added some language regarding written briefings. As explained, because some of our boards do have attorneys, there's been a tendency for them to ask more for written motions during boards that never happened during sworn. And all these hearings should be done in person, of course, that's by design, but it was becoming common for us to get through a whole day where both advocate and defense has been making arguments, only for the board to turn around and ask us to put all of those arguments in a written motion for them so they can have it to review later, which we felt was unnecessary. They should be taking notes during the in-person hearing and monitoring the testimony and evidence that's presented. So that language was added that they can request written motions, but they can no longer require them. And that is the majority of the changes that were made. We did request there was conversations about section 278, which is what we're seeing with section 278 is the ability for a board to put officers who have misconduct related to alcohol, to put them into rehabilitation agreements instead of removing them. And that basically is they can think of it as a settlement contract to not last longer than a year. We had some concerns with that because that's another thing that the chief had no control over. If they put them in a contract, we basically had to meet quarterly and let these officers go through the contract, only to have the board revisit the penalty a year later. And then oftentimes the board would then interpret a successful completion of that contract as being a reason to reduce the penalty, oftentimes to no misconduct, official reprimand, or something on the low end like that. Most of the language was kept intact through the meet and confer process, but we did add some lines specifically stating that they need to still, even if they don't remove them, they need to refer to the sworn penalty guide when making their penalty considerations. And I think that's the sum total of the updates to this manual.
Commissioner, we did just provide an overview of the manual. We have the voter rights members, as you can see on our PowerPoint, just basically the duties and responsibilities of each in chapter 1. As we move into chapter 2, procedure, rights of parties, plea of accused. So it really explains and elaborates what the different responsibilities are and what each section stands for. So I believe the rewording with closing arguments, deliberation, finding of guilt is really insightful and helpful to any hearing examiner that is chairing a board, but more specifically sitting on a board. And chapter 3 closes with general regulations governing border rights hearings, time periods, as Detective Furness mentioned. The professional decorum is really important. We have clauses in there now, but that any unruly behavior by a defense representative or a department advocate is called for immediate removal. I believe that is really cleared out and explained, which could be really helpful based on some of the trends that we've seen over the last few years. And I believe that is it. So that was a quick overview of the revisions. I just want to thank everyone for their amount of work and effort that was put into this to assist with all the revisions, to make this as best product as possible. So we'd be happy to answer any questions, or we'll move into the Mr. Tiefink's handbook.
Thank you, Chief Kunis. We're going to go to Mr. Tiefenk, and then we'll take questions from members of the commission.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll report on the handbook that was updated. The handbook goes through a variety of areas that actually are a guide to implementing the manual. The manual is the underlying document, but the handbook talks about how the manual is to be implemented by the hearing examiners. There are a few very critical changes that have been made to the handbook, but I'll give you a brief overview of what the handbook contains. It overall responsibilities and procedures for the hearing examiners is more of the administrative stuff. Their term of office, decorum, how they're to be evaluated, compensation, talks about a Board of Rights hearing, their duty as a Board of Rights member, schedules and compensation, defines de novo, talks about plea and submittal, closed hearings, making a good record for judicial review and preponderance of evidence. Chapter 2 outlines objections to form of questions and objections to substance of questions. Chapter 3 is evidence and details the evidence and how evidence is to be taken. And that again is all part of the manual. Chapter 4 is amending any charges that are made during the Board of Rights process. And again, that's included in the manual, but it talks about how to do that. And then a request for the city attorney in Chapter 5. And Chapter 6 provides them with some information relevant to scripts of how to move forward with the hearing, how to begin it, and also included in the handbook, which is not included in the manual, is the process for an administrative appeal. Administrative appeals where an officer will admit guilt, but only wants to dispute the penalty. And that is heard by one hearing examiner. So that process is outlined in the handbook. It's not included in the manual because it is not a Board of Rights. That is a document that is, I'm sorry, that's a process that is outlined in the officer's memorandum of understanding with the city. One of the big changes in the handbook is for the hearing examiners. The names of all current hearing examiners will be published on the Board of Police Commissioners website. Their short biographies of hearing examiners may be included at the discretion of each hearing examiner. Also, the names of individuals selected and serving on a Board of Rights panel shall also be made public and shall be posted on the Board of Police Commissioners website at the conclusion of the Board of Rights hearing and at the posting of the Board of Rights findings. That is a big change from what we've had in the past. And that pretty much is the overview of what the the handbook contains. Be happy to answer any questions about it.
Thank you, Mr. Tiafank. I'm going to call on Commissioner Bonner for questions.
Thank you. The straightforward question, just going first to the handbook and the manual, is how have the boards been operating, like at least in case of the manual, for some 15 years without updates? Have any of these points been communicated through memos or side letters, but just that's one question is how have they been getting good information without these documents being maintained or kept up to date?
Yes, of course, the 2005 board manual was always available to the hearing examiners. And of course, until the civilian implementation of the three civilian alternative, there was no reason to update that portion of the board manual. And most of the board manual was relevant. When we had to add in the civilian portion of it was when we had the opportunity to address some of the issues that had only become prevalent when we started dealing with civilian boards that hadn't been an issue with sworn boards.
Got it. Okay. All right. And then I guess my other couple of comments are probably, it's a combination, maybe a question or two in there for the Inspector General, but they're really just some observations. One is that I'm a little bit concerned about at least the implied premise of the report, and what I'm referring to there is, you know, and this is partially, I think, a function of what was asked, you know, what the Inspector General was asked to review, but it is, you know, heavily focused on the categorical uses of force, which in the broader scheme of things, you know, the use of force report tells us is a relatively rare occurrence. And then you have some discussion of the personnel complaints, but again, weighted to those situations where you have some serious misconduct that might warrant termination or lengthy suspension. And what I'm reflecting on a little bit also is something that's mentioned in the chief's remarks in the forward of the manual. And in particular, in that at the end of that third paragraph, it says, as experts agree, how the department treats its members internally ultimately impacts how its members treat the community at large. I believe that very, very firmly, that how people, whether it's the police department or any organization that hires people, how they're treated in the organization does impact their mindset, and therefore, whether it's how they treat customers in a retail setting or in this case, policing. And so that's really the heart of my thinking, is really how we make sure that we're looking broadly enough to get this a process that is really fair to officers, but also to the public. And in my various communications throughout this year in particular with officers, be it one-on-one small groups, in a couple cases with some larger groups of them, one common theme has been a lot, serious concerns expressed about the perceived fairness of the disciplinary process. And I don't hear the anecdotes about how boards of rights are turning out. What I hear are officers who feel that that the process of how discipline is meted out for the whole progressive discipline process, is somewhat uneven. So people think two officers do the same thing, one gets a comment card, one nothing happens, or someone gets some more serious. Now, I don't have any way of knowing whether those concerns are meritorious or not. What I'm saying is that I still hear officers expressing a lot of concern about what they perceive as a lack of fairness. And it's not only the categoricals or the serious misconduct that I'm referring to. So that's why I think that we should carefully reflect on not only the issues we're talking about here today, but ultimately, I think what's warranted is a more structured and comprehensive look at the entire disciplinary process to see where there's appropriate tweaks and adjustments of things that may be made. So that's really the fundamental point I think I would leave into the discussion today. But a couple other some of the reasons I think that is, there is that disclaimer. I think it's in page 52 of the PDF anyway. It's later in the report where the Inspector General is noting that this was a pretty limited set of cases, and that the percentages could change significantly with only a few differences in a few cases outcome. So that tells me one thing. And there's a conclusion that it may be too early to draw strong conclusions about whether these numbers represent meaningful differences between the two types of panels, the opted and the traditional. So it's telling me that they did thorough work and that they looked at, with regard to the cases they looked at, but I think and maybe the Inspector General can comment on what he meant by that. But what I take from that is you're saying that given the limited nature of the cases you looked at, you're kind of cautioning us from drawing too strong conclusions. So hence, I'm again reflecting on really how important it is for us to really get this right if we're going to do any further work in here. And maybe the Inspector General, as you comment on that, the other question I noted, this goes to my same point, is that you made a number of conclusions, A through E, I believe it was, and yet your recommendations, you only made 3 recommendations that don't, you're not making a recommendation to address each of the conclusions that you've reached, is what I'm saying. And I believe from our conversation recently that you were respecting or directing your attention really to those things that are within the purview of the Police Commission to address. But I would argue, for all the same reasons I keep implying, that we should really look at that comprehensive view. And if there are things that need to be corrected, whether they are things we can do directly as the board, whether they require a charter change or whether they require the council to do something, whatever it is, we should first, really look to making sure that the appropriate changes are made and not limit ourselves really to only those things that we can do by a vote here. So those are my comments. And if the Inspector General could comment at least on those 2 points in terms of your thinking on the recommendations, but also with the meaning of those disclaimers.
Sure. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bonner. You're correct that the call for our project was a focus on specifically border rights cases, which is a subset of the entire disciplinary framework for the department. And you're also correct that we wanted to focus with some specificity on categorical use of force cases, those that have gone through this commission, even though those are a further subset. All of that is accurate. Speaking generally, however, we were seeking to see if there were gaps or imbalances specifically in the Board of Rights process. And we think that there are, and try to point those out because this process is so critical, even if it is only one aspect of the overall discipline framework. And because the consequences of this process to us are so, have such a deep impacts on the community, on the officers involved. And as you said, we agree with that statement as you do, that sort of internal procedural justice, for lack of a better term, how employees are treated by the department and whether or not there is fairness and equity across disciplinary systems does have an impact on how this department does its policing. We wholeheartedly agree. For those reasons, as we were asked to look at this particular process, this Board of Rights process, again, the goal is to see what gaps do we find there, what things can be potentially changed or improved there. I don't want to be blind to a larger look at the discipline system overall. It's outside the sort of the bounds of this report, but I certainly understand the sentiment that you have in wanting to be cognizant of it and think about it, maybe going forward. Make sure that you have a full picture in front of you at all times. With regard to the disclaimer, and I know that was mentioned in one of the public comments as well, that disclaimer is related to the chart that exists on the very same page as the disclaimer. So that chart was a specific set of data. I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, that chart encompasses a total of not just 90 cases, not the sort of 6 years worth of comparisons that we can look at in some of our other charts. It's really just for that set of data to look at things since the implementation of the ordinance, and that's correct. That it is, this hasn't been around for 5 years or 10 years, and it hasn't been 500 or 600 cases. It's it's 2 digits, it's sub 3 digits, and so we wanted to be cognizant and careful to point out that, hey, look, over time, as more of these cases get under the belt of boards of rights and more of these also in panels occur, yeah, small changes could affect the outcomes of this. I think we'd be a little bit have a blind spot if we didn't recognize that. And the other statement related to that chart on that very same page is with regard to these are not just pure numbers and with a cold calculated and no other variables that apply. It is also true, as was pointed out by one of the callers, I believe, that strengths of different cases play a part here. Each of these cases can be looked at individually, which was really the whole goal of us trying to do a qualitative review in addition to reporting the quantitative numbers. Each of these cases is different, and the quality of representation in each case is different on both sides of the aisle. The evidence and the strength of the evidence, the confusion about evidence, the availability of witnesses, all those things certainly play a part. That's just the nature of the game. And for that particular chart, we wanted to recognize that, hey, these are all things that we think about as we're trying to make this comparison, dealing with a relatively small set of data at this point. So I know there's some question about whether it was buried in the report. I respectfully disagree with the sort of accuracy of that assertion. It was specifically with regard to that chart, but it does sort of, I think, speak for itself and mean what it says. We wanted to be cognizant of not drawing too concrete a conclusion without having some more data to be able to do so. And then you also mentioned, yes, our conclusions and our recommendations. We want to be mindful that the border rights process is, to me, it's a bit of an anomaly. I've had the, I suppose, good fortune of seeing different departments across the country and some across the state. I haven't seen a system for sort of an appeal of officer discipline that looks quite exactly like this one. Maybe some similarities, but not quite like this one. And it's got some, in my opinion, oddities to it. And where those oddities come from, particularly if they're a structural or a systemic nature, as you said, is oftentimes outside the purview of this commission. Traditionally, when the OIG presents a report with recommendations to the commission, should those recommendations be adopted, they will then be enforceable on the department to make those changes to meet the recommendations. I wanted to take care to not suggest recommendations for adoption that are things that can't be enforced on the department because the authority for them exists elsewhere. And I also wanted to be cognizant, whatever actions this commission might take, members of the public might take in response to our report, I want to be careful. I think our job and our goal was to highlight, bring to the surface a picture of how these boards of rights operate in a bit of a qualitative sense with some examples, and certainly in a bit of a further quantitative sense as far as the numbers. The numbers are just the numbers. They are just facts. I don't believe it's necessarily the right role for an Office of Inspector General to sort of suggest certain litigation legislation, to sort of lobby in favor of one thing or another thing. I want to make sure that the facts are out there and a snapshot of how the board process works are out there. And so, yes, to your point, we did separate out conclusions that we had, that when we looked at the system as a whole, and also those 3 recommendations, as you mentioned, of things that we believe this commission could direct the police department to do that would help what we see as imbalances in the system. Last thing I'll say is with regard to the question that was raised about percentages versus raw numbers, which relates to one of the questions you asked, Commissioner Bonner. Again, the data that we provide here is simply the factual data. Some of it's provided in percentage format. The charts also provide raw numbers. All of it's there. It's just the data. Some people might like the percentages better and some people might like the raw numbers better. That's fine. Well, what our goal was to show this commission and the public, here's what's happening with the board rights process, including since the all civilian panels were authorized. We did so sometimes by saying percentages, sometimes saying raw data. But I respectfully disagree with the commentary that it's shaded one way or the other. It's just the facts.
Thank you. I think my last question, either the Inspector General and or the Chief may want to comment on, because you also note that the number of officers choosing the opted boards is increasing. And I think we just heard another data point on that. But we don't really know why that is, right? I mean, the assumption, the broad assumption might be, they figured out they're getting better outcomes with these civilian panels and therefore they're gaming the system or something. That may be not necessarily my view. I'm taking them to saying that may be one view. But there also could be a broader erosion of the level of trust in the entire process that's causing more officers to take it, to what I might call the Supreme Court, if you will. So just want your comment briefly, Inspector General, just to comment on whether there was anything you found as to why that is. But it really maybe welcome a comment from the Chief on what we know or how we would find out really what's behind that trend.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you said opted boards increasing. I want to make sure. I think you meant, I believe you meant the number of times when officers are choosing an all civilian panel as opposed to
yes.
I don't make assumption. Our report does not make assumption on the cause behind those decisions. It's a bit in line with what I was saying or attempting to say earlier. Our goal here was to provide the commission and the public a picture of what is happening with this important boards rights process. Which boards are being selected, how often, how has that changed from the past, what are the outcomes, how often are the boards upholding the chief's recommended discipline, how often are they overturning it, to what degree, et cetera. We do not have a assumption or a position on the reasoning behind some of those changes, but we want to make sure that the commission is aware of what changes are occurring and so they can make their own judgments based on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonner, I think you had a question of myself or the department. Our view or interpretation is that the officers are attempting to find their best opportunity for leniency or for an appeal for fairness or an appeal for the expectations of them that will find a more compassionate response. The officers going and being directed to a board of rights are being directed there for removal. And it's a very serious matter. And I would expect that an officer would, in most of those instances, express to you or others that the fairness of it or that the severity of the punishment is over the top. And that is a natural response and one that I can understand. But nonetheless, these serious matters of misconduct require consequences and accountability. This is what the public demands, the department demands, and other officers expect as well for the privilege of wearing this badge. Now, with opted boards, it's a similar scenario that we're seeing. Officers that are directed to a board of rights, these are not instances of an officer who's directed to a board of rights, but it's an instance where by the charter, I have the authority to prescribe a suspension of a day to 22 days. So it might be a 5-day or 10-day, which are serious matters. These are shortfalls on the officer's part that I believe by the preponderance of evidence shows that the misconduct did occur and that the officers, the appropriate consequences for that, in addition to retraining and rehabilitating of the officers as necessary, but also as a discipline, a suspension of some type. An officer opting for a board here, again, I think that my interpretation is that they're witnessing word of mouth that the boards, civilian boards, are identifying a reluctance or hesitancy or objection, as was heard earlier by staff from Professional Standards Bureau, to hold a standard. I've been on a board of rights as a commanding officer, and I've sat in conversations where you have the difficult deliberations, and of course we want to be fair, we want to be compassionate, but we also want to hold the standard of conduct that the public deserves. I think people are opting for that board because, again, a belief that if there's a chance for leniency or a chance for compassion or a chance for a counter voice away from what we're asserting as an organization, that their best option is to have 3 civilian members. I think it's critical moving forward, whatever path the city council takes with the ordinance, which is entirely within their authority at this point to change and return back to the previous standard involving 2 sworn members and a civilian, which is critical. I do think that balance is the right spot. But if we stay with the all civilian board, is that this commission has a tremendous obligation and responsibility to ensure that they're qualified and that they are playing by the rules, and if they are using rationale that is factual, and that they are demonstrating the type of integrity in their administration of their responsibilities that are required. I think this Board of Rights manual helps in that regard, in addition to the training that the commission engages in and reminder with hearing officers as to their responsibilities to the city and to the department.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. There's a lot we could get into, but I want to hear what others may have to add to the discussion.
Thank you,
Commissioner Bonner or Commissioner Briggs. Can I just add to this just for a second, because I think it's
Go
really
ahead,
important.
Chief. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I know Commissioner Bonner asked, so how do we know? The Board of Rights process is taken very seriously, and what we do or what the advocates do is debrief every hearing examiner, every Board of Rights that takes place, whether it's opted or whether it's a directed. So Detective Furness is part of those debriefs as the assistant officer in charge, and he can provide some insight on what we believe is taking place in regards of the selection of the all civilian panels. Current in 2022, every Board of Rights that's been selected is a all civilian panel, 100% today. That any employee, that's whether it's opted or a direct report, has chosen a civilian panel, to hear their case. And I'll just turn over to Detective Furness for some brief comments on what we believe is taking place. As Chief Moore mentioned, there's a leniency aspect that we have seen through the course of multiple Board of Rights that have concluded.
Yes, and there's absolutely leniency going on. In every opted board that's gone on this year, there's been a reduction of penalty. I mean, that's the ongoing thing. If they have a 22-day suspension, they might get 10 days from the board. If they come in with 10 days, they're leaving with a reprimand. Every penalty gets reduced. In the debriefs, talking with our civilian board members, there's a lot of reasons for this, and I touched on one of them earlier, is their refusal to believe in the concept of unbecoming conduct, for example. They don't feel that's a real thing, and that's not just a board member. That's been several board members that have pushed back on this, and they don't want any evidence or board manual or department manual sections that goes contrary to that. So while it's good to have an updated Board of Rights manual, and that gives us something to point to, unfortunately, some of these civilians are already pushing back against manual sections that exist, and it's only been getting worse over time. With these civilians, and I applaud the OIG's comprehensive audit of this, and as he stated, he talked to advocates, all of my advocates, he talked to the league attorneys, But what we didn't see is any mention of them talking to the hearing examiners themselves. I did. I've talked to all of the existing hearing examiners of their thoughts on the alternative board system. And all of them, with the exception of one hearing examiner, feel they need to go back to the sworn. They feel without the sworn component on that board with them, that they do not have the institutionalized knowledge to make good decisions on this board. And this is coming from the civilians themselves. So that should be of great concern to us moving forward. And obviously that's something that we need to bring up with the council. But if we're talking about things we need to address, the problems and inequities with the board of rights system, we have, again, board members that don't want to follow the policies often. Some do, some don't, and are admitting that without the sworn, they're kind of lost on these boards.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. At this time, I want to go to Commissioner Kalanche to see if you have any questions.
I don't have any additional questions. I have a lot of concerns based on everything that I heard. I guess my only follow-up is since it's not in our purview or discretion to change the composition or the composition, what would be some next steps? And would it be talking to city council, or what would be besides updating the manuals and kind of the internal stuff that we need to do?
Mr. Inspector General, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, would it just fall on city council to take the initiative to change the ordinance? Or
I think there are a few options available to this commission should they want to address the composition of the boards. One of them that may be the primary one that comes to mind now is that as was stated when Measure C passed, embedded in that language was a response from the department of an evaluation of how it was going. And I hope I'm not mistaken, and Chief Mkunis, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure that formally there has been a report back to the city council as yet, which I'm not begrudging, that certainly makes sense. But if this commission were to adopt or sign off on a response from the department that indicated some of the concerns that you're expressing with the current composition, that's one way that I believe the commission could communicate to the city council that here's how we feel about this composition and what we feel ought to be changed. So in other words, that was a built-in mechanism for responding after a 2-year period before which the measure could not be repealed, so that it could then have a second look and see. It's built into the process. It's calls upon the department to provide that response, but that response can certainly go before this commission first to have its input and its sort of blessing or disagreement. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
okay.
Mr. Inspector General, let me interject, Commissioner Kalanche, I apologize. To that end, can we not transmit your report to the city council?
Absolutely. I do not, unless there's a city attorney opinion. Otherwise, I'm not aware of anything that prevents that from happening, and certainly makes sense to me.
Commissioner Briggs, Mike Mkunis here. So the department is ready. We've been documenting, and we are prepared to present a letter to Chief Moore in regards to our position in regards to Measure C, in order to get that across the street to City Council, so we can bring that before you. I know we wanted to wait until we revised the Board of Rights Manual and went through some of the procedural changes that we're discussing today, but the department is prepared, with a letter in regards to Measure C and bringing that back before City Council.
Thanks, Chief Mkunis. I didn't mean to interject, Commissioner Kalanche. Anything further, Commissioner Kalanche?
No, thank you.
Before I turn it over to Commissioner Decker, I want to say this. I know that Commissioner Decker, Mr. Inspector General, Chief Mkunis's team, Mr. Andrews, and others have toiled relentlessly for the past 2 years to bring about the changes to both the manual as well as the handbook. Countless of hours have been expended by all, and I include in that the union who has worked with us as well to make this presentation today. It has been a yeoman's task to get all of this in front of the commission today. And so I want to applaud Commissioner Decker for spearheading this effort. It has been tedious work at times, challenging work at other times, frustrating work at other times, I understand, but she weathered through all of this. And I do want to thank her for all of her efforts. Commissioner Decker, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but you deserve, the thank and the gratitude of all of us for bringing this forward and for spearheading this effort for the past 2 years. I really thank you. And at that, I'm going to turn it over to you for any questions or comments that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, and also Chief Rankunis, who included me in the list of people who worked on this. I want to say you've overstated graciously, but you've overstated my role. There were many people within the department, the Inspector General's office, PPL, who labored extensively over this. And I should add, by the way, Mr. Tiefenk, whose institutional knowledge is always incredible. And I will say that during this process, I learned far more about the Boards of Rights process than I ever thought I would, in terms of the details of how it functions. And of course, it all started by when the charter did change and the commission needed to hire more hearing examiners. The realization that the hearing examiners are actually the employees of the Board of Police Commissioners. They are our employees for whom we are responsible in ensuring that they are performing their roles effectively, not in terms of the outcomes of the cases, but that they have the training, they have the skills, and they have the resources necessary to do their job, a fair and effective job. And I will say, I think during the process, I learned that the commission needs to do more. And part of that process was ensuring that these manuals and handbooks were all up to date. And that was, I think if I had known 2 years ago, it would take 2 years, I might not have endeavored to start it. But nevertheless, we're at the updated process, and hopefully it will be easier as we, as a commission, continue to do that. Some of my questions, I believe I know the answer to, but I want to verify a few things. And by the way, during today's meeting, a few things came out that I was not aware of that I do want to follow up on. So first, I think this goes to the Inspector General or your team. There are a number of recommendations in your report about added transparency and updates to things like the manual and the handbook. And just so we're all on the same page, I want to verify all of those updates have been made, correct?
I think things are moving with regard to this meeting and this discussion in the right direction, more towards transparency. The manual update, you're correct, that has been made if it's adopted by this commission, or if it's in its review by this commission. The hearing examiner handbook, you're correct. With regard to transparency, I think it's a little bit of a
Oh, hang on. Just let me put that aside then. I
Sure.
don't want to go down a rabbit hole that I'm really not asking you about, okay? The main recommendations that you make in your report have been implemented in the handbook and the manual. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I assume that's why they're all brought together today, just so we have all the materials. With respect to transparency, and I'll turn to Mr. Tiefenk about transparency. You mentioned the names being released, those who are serving on panels being released after, but also the decisions and the rationales of the board. Two things. First, the commission will get those now, correct? Which we had not previously. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And secondly, to the extent allowed by law, they will be published. Is that also correct?
Yeah, to the extent allowed by law, correct.
Right. There are some legal prohibitions that we obviously have to follow, but to the extent they can be, they will be released. I do want to ask about a few things that I heard about for the first time today. So if I'm understanding, and this goes to the department, I'm sorry, Chief Rancunis and your team. If I'm understanding the information you provided today, 100% of the cases being heard has the discipline lowered as of today. Can you just, I want to be sure I'm understanding what data you're providing. Is that for this year? I think you said currently as of now, but I'm not sure I understand and want to be sure I'm clear on what you mean by that.
Sure, and to be clear, we've thrown out a couple different numbers.
Yeah.
The 100% we were talking about was for this year was accused officers electing for the all civilian alternative. Nobody is picking sworn boards. And just a few moments ago, I was talking about reductions in penalties. That was specific to opted board, whereas the chief mentioned when the officers are given suspension days and they opt to go to a board of rights to contest those suspension days, we've seen 100% reduction in penalties from opted boards. We have seen some reduction, obviously, in directed boards, but nowhere near 100%.
Right, but even in directed boards, that number is extremely high. Do you have, and directed boards means the chief of police is seeking to terminate someone, correct?
That's correct.
And
Yes.
do you have, I'm sorry, do you have the percentage of where the efforts to terminate are lowered to a lesser penalty?
We do have that information incorporated in the report we're preparing for the city council, but we don't have it at this time because the numbers are, as you can imagine, constantly changing.
Okay. And when will we get that report?
We could have that for you today, as far as the statistics on the directed boards and the opted boards.
And so just so I'm clear, in terms of making that information public, you're preparing a report that's going to come before us, that's going to go to the city council. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes.
Is that what you said? Yes. And when will we see that report? We as a commission see that report approximately?
We can have it ready by next police commission meeting.
So commissioners, I have yet to see that report. I think that we're just in the final throes of it. It needs to have my signature on it tomorrow for it to be to you. That will be our effort. But
Okay,
at the latest, it would be 2 weeks.
Well, thank you, Chief. By the way, we're actually, I think, not meeting next week, the week after the holiday. So it would be the following week. And obviously, we'd rather have that be accurate than rushed. Chief, just to be sure I'm sure we're all on the same page on that. So I appreciate that. So obviously these numbers are deeply concerning, you know, being a lawyer myself appearing in court. There's no other place where the odds of getting a lower court reversed are as high as in this process. But I'm trying to determine if it's the process that's being used, I guess, in the court below, so to speak, is flawed in terms of not getting sufficient information. If more information is being presented to the board, does that mean in the underlying cases, more information should be obtained to have a fuller picture and to give a fair assessment of the situation? Or, you know, one reading of the report by the Inspector General is that things tend to get a little out of control in the Board of Rights room on occasion, and that process may not be as tight as it needs to be. And I'm having a difficult time understanding perhaps which way that should proceed. I wonder if the department can provide their perspective on that.
So Commissioner, we pay very close attention to any case in which a directed Board of Rights is a decision by myself, or if in my absence, an acting chief of police. The advocate is in the room during the discussion of the evidence, and also any weaknesses of the case are assessed. if any, and what are the facts? It is by a preponderance of evidence standard. And in the outcome of a board, I also get briefed by the advocate as to what evidence was presented, what testimony was heard, what expert testimony did the officer bring in defense of his or her actions, and then the rationale and decisions by the board, and what can be learned from this in the sense of, did the department miss this one? Did we overestimate the weight of the evidence, or were we overly punitive? That is a dilemma that, a conversation that's been going on in my experience for more than a decade. And every chief wants to look and see that he or she is directing boards of rights for the most serious cases and deserving cases, and that the investigative process is solid. And then I'll leave the rest of that to Chief Rinkunis and his staff as to anything else you'd add to that in regards to opted boards. Again, some of the differences that are occurring today, I believe, are an interpretation of what the standard and core values of this organization are, what the expectations of the men and women of this organization are, and they're high and they're unrelenting. It's the hardest job in America, is being a police officer. But I hear from advocates in their assessment is that officers are, their conduct is not being viewed in that same lens. And those are individual hearing officers that I believe this commission, we are bringing attention to their actions and the rationales that they use. And we're looking for your support and assistance in holding them accountable to the standards that they committed to uphold, which is the standards of this organization, not their personal beliefs or bias as to what an organization of this size and complexity should act like.
So before I turn it to Chief Rinkunis, you can answer the prior question, but I also want to follow up. We've just supported a budget that will allow for the hiring of attorneys to represent the department in the hearing rooms. So in addition to my last question, will, in your opinion, having attorneys present, allow for a more balanced hearing process to take place, and why? If you have examples, that would be helpful.
I firmly believe that is something that we need to move on immediately. This is a quasi-judicial setting, and it's attended to now by the department by a sworn member, typically a sergeant, that comes in and is given some on-the-job training for the processes that are involved here. And the defense has the benefit of a practicing attorney, trial attorney, attorney with oftentimes vast backgrounds in employment law, in procedures and elements that, while this again is not a judicial setting, I believe it sets an imbalance for the department as to what the board of police commissioners, what the board of rights should be hearing and contemplating. You also saw in this report a recommendation for a deputy city attorney to be present to help argue or provide information regarding legal theories or motions that are being proffered by the defense. That, again, from our standpoint, from the department standpoint, our people do not have hearsay evidence rules. We don't have various maneuvers that and training and development of what lawyers with law schools and years of experience in a courtroom have for in an adversarial system to pressure or prove their point. So I think it's an imbalance, and I look to the selection and training and development of the city attorneys that can equal the field there and assist the department. And I think also in the overall confidence of the public that it's a fairer process for all involved.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to hear from Chief Rinkunis and Detective Furness as well, particularly Detective Furness, since you're in the room so often.
Yes, ma'am. So I would just like to say, so we do support the use of attorneys. It can only bolster the department's position and provide the legal advice, the on-scene legal advice regarding these complex cases. As we've seen, usually when an employee is sent to a board of rights, they're represented by an attorney. This is an administrative tribunal, but as we've seen, it's gone to where there's multiple discussions, and I think the bolstering of an attorney can only increase and make the department advocates better. I do want to reference Commissioner Decker, in regards to the manual, a few things I think that are really important. The substantive changes that we've put in this manual, I think, clarify that hearing examiners shall not nullify policy they disagree with. Rationale in a finding must be supported by articulable facts and application to policy. I think that's an important one, where this change will be highlighted, because a hearing examiner can't nullify policy. They're supposed to act whether or not the employee violated policy, if they did or didn't. And the big one, I think, that we've referenced multiple times, is the requirement of that officer, if found guilty, the ability to perform the essential functions of a law enforcement officer. That also is highlighted throughout the manual, but also be represented as it is currently with the department advocates, because many times, as Detective Furness will mention, it's sometimes not even about getting the guilty verdict. We obtain guilty verdicts, and Mark will say, over 85% of the time, but it's in regards to the penalty and what that truly means, where we stumble and have these roadblocks. And I'll let Detective Furness, because as you mentioned, he does talk to the hearing examiner, but he can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Absolutely. And as the chief said, we are sworn personnel. Once in a while, we get somebody with attorney experience like Yasser Golani, but for the most part, we don't have that. So yes, we are at a disadvantage to an attorney if this was a courtroom setting, but it's not. All we have to do is present the case, and we successfully present cases and oftentimes win. We do have the percentages, whether it was traditional board or civilian board, where we're winning most of the time. It's the penalty where we're seeing the reduction. And until recently, we didn't even argue penalty. That's a change we had to make. So if we were not up to the task of presenting cases with attorneys, you wouldn't see the success rate we have as far as getting the guilty. Now, would a city attorney be beneficial to us? Absolutely. We'd love to have an attorney assigned to our office that could help us prepare for boards, strategize, who could actually go into boards and be first chair on complicated board or second chair of the boards on other issues. That would be extremely beneficial. But until there's a change with the board composition, we don't feel city attorneys are going to change that because of the leniency with the civilian. As I've stated several times, the civilians don't hold themselves or the department to the same standards which we hold ourselves. And without their legal background, be they real estate agents or architects and whatnot, they don't, by their own admission, understand any of these issues. If we bring in attorneys, they also are not going to be familiar with the policy and procedure. And they're going to now have two attorneys making legal arguments in front of non-attorneys or people with non-legal background. It's going to be a nuclear arms race. They bring in an attorney, we bring in an attorney, and they're making arguments in front of somebody who's not a judge and not able to make proper determinations on objections and motions and whatnot. So most likely, you're going to end up having to have an advocate sitting next to that attorney, second chairing them, to advise them on policy and procedure throughout the whole thing, much as what happens in legal affairs already in the civil cases. So while I think city attorneys will be beneficial, I don't think it's going to be replacing the advocates anytime soon.
And to pick up 2 points, there's 2 more areas I want to talk about. I'd like you to expand, if you could, if you're able to, on, I believe you said you spoke to the hearing examiners themselves, and they too would like to have sworn on the panel for that level of expertise. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I did. I spoke primarily to the, I will say, older hearing examiners, the ones who've been around since the start of the process. As we talked about, when this ordinance went into effect, the commission did hire many new hearing examiners. Not all of them have participated in boards yet, so I've only talked to the ones who've actually participated in the boards, but that's all of the existing hearing examiners, or older ones, if you will. And they've all talked about the need for a sworn component on the board, with the exception of one hearing examiner. Of course, their recommendation is always one that I previously made, not understanding it would require a charter change, which is they would like to see one sworn on the board with 2 civilians. They felt that kind of addressed all the issues, but of course they're making that suggestion without understanding that would require another charter change. But so after that, they said yes, they would like to see sworn.
In your unofficial survey, it's those who have seen both versions, correct? Where it's 2 sworn plus 1 civilian and those that are on the all civilian. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
My other area of questioning is on this conduct unbecoming category that you've indicated the hearing examiners are not, they're casting aside. So my question to you goes is, in terms of developing policy, should we be developing additional policy that is clarifying what that category is? Should we be providing them more specific information so that it cannot be cast aside is what I'm asking. And that likely has to be in the form of policy.
It would be great to provide, and I think the OIG recommended this, more training to the hearing examiners regarding these issues. But it's important to note the 2 specific board members who disregarded the unbecoming conduct are both seasoned attorneys. So they're well aware of our policies. They're just choosing to disregard it. So I don't see training as helping them. That said, with the update of the hearing examiner manual, we noticed that there is now additional information regarding if there's issues with hearing examiners. We can articulate this in a 15.2 to the commission to possibly remove them from the pool. So that's something that we're going to availing ourselves going forward when we have hearing examiners who routinely break the rules, so to speak.
I think Commissioner Decker, if I can just add, in our penalty guide, we have unbecoming conduct and there's multiple different categories. And one of the re-looks and re-evaluations that we're doing here at PSB is trying to really solidify what that means. And unbecoming conduct, as you mentioned, I think it's spelled out pretty well, but because of what we're discussing today, we are taking an additional look to really explain maybe better than we have before, to give a better reference point for hearing examiners as they're trying to adjudicate, or making a penalty assessment as during their deliberations. But that is a work in progress, and we've identified that already, and we're in the process of doing that as well.
And if I can just to expand on that, as far as the unbecoming conduct, as a reminder, in those boards, we took the manual sections and tried to have the board take official notice of the definition of unbecoming conduct, and they refused. They said it's irrelevant and they would not accept it. So, I mean, it's already policy and they disregard it. Now, I'm giving you, these are 2 isolated hearing examiners of many, but we're starting to see as these boards continue that we're starting to get a lot more pushback from a lot of the boards, this type of thing, where if we can't show them a specific policy or procedure, they won't abide by it.
Well, we have, as I'm listening to you, 3 fixes to that. First is the training that's been recommended, 2, the notification process that you've indicated you'll take advantage of, and 3, what Chief Rancunis just said about looking at the policy and seeing if it can be more specific. And those are 3 at least action items that can happen now. So that's at least a step forward. So I have that right, correct, Chief Rancunis?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So, and Commissioner Briggs, that concludes my questioning. But in terms of like this next steps from here, as Commissioner Kalanche was indicating, I do think we need to direct and support the department's efforts to bring forward to City Council all the issues that they've identified. But I would suggest also including an attachment of the IG's report so that it is included and they can independently review that. And as we've heard today, the department frequently has more, I guess, detail as to what's actually happening in the boardrooms and can articulate that in their letter that might have been outside the scope of the Inspector General's review. So I encourage both going before the council, as long as there's no objection from my colleagues. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Let's make that a part of the first motion that I will be bringing, which is to approve the Inspector General's report. And when the department brings its report to us, transmit them both to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. With respect to items five, C and D, I believe the executive director has a proposed amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I noticed in reviewing the documents that as a result of the meet and confer process between the Employee Relations Administrator for the department and the Police Protective League, there was a change to the document that you have in front of you, and I'll point that out. It's on section 307, page 31 of 56 of the manual, and it is the last bullet under that section 307. It currently reads, a member of the Board of Police Commissioners or their designee. It should read the Executive Director of the Board of Police Commissioners. That was agreed upon language. That would be a proposed to change that. And that language also would be inserted into page 7 of the handbook under the section of closed hearing. Again, it currently says a member of the Board of Police Commissioners or their designee. That would be replaced with the Executive Director of the Board of Police Commissioners.
I move we make those proposed changes. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. With respect to item 5C, I move that we approve the department's report with respect to the Board of Rights Manual. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. With respect to item 5D, I move that we approve the executive director's report with regard to the revised Board of Rights Hearing Examiners Handbook. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That concludes our regular agenda. We will go into closed session at 1:50. See you all there. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5(6)A and 5(6)B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
I think we're all here, Mr. Tiefenk. Is the secretary ready?
I believe she is.
Can you go ahead and please read back from closed session?
Very good. Item 6A, officer involved shooting number 065-21 as relates to tactics. In policy, 1 police officer 3 police officer 2s for a tactical debrief. Administrative disapproval, 1 sergeant 1, 5 police officer 5 police officer 2s on a 3-2 vote. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 7 police officer 2s, 5-0 vote. Lethal use of force, first round in policy, 1 police officer 2 on a 3-2 vote. Second and third round out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2 on a 4-1 vote. Relates to item 6B, discussed instructions given to the employee relations administrator. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners at this time, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Everyone have a great Thanksgiving. Stay safe. Be sound. Take care. Bye.
you.